modal German or a modal Englishman. And I think it's not offensive, and therefore I can say that this is wrong. In a more multicultural, in a genuinely more diverse country that's never actually had an honest thought that there's a single kind of American. There's never been, like, we had the idea of Uncle Sam, but that was always kind of a joke. Boston always knew it wasn't. Richmond always knew it was. Georgia always knew it wasn't. Alaska. Like, we've always been a hodgepodge, and we get in a society that diverse that you can't ban things simply because they're offensive. And that's one of the reasons why hate speech is not an unprotected category of speech. And I go further. My theory on freedom of speech is slightly different than most other constitutional words. And I think that's partially because some of the ways some of these theories, although a lot of them are really good, are inadequate. They're not expansive.
There are like a few things I want to make sure.
I sometimes call my theory the pure information theory of
pray.
Or sometimes when I want to be fancy, the lab and
once that kind of stuff is done,
its
then
most important tenet is that the goal is the project of human knowledge, which is to know the world as it is. You cannot know the world as it is without knowing what people really think. And what people really think is an incredibly important fact. No. So every time you're actually saying, you can't say that, you're actually depriving yourself of the knowledge of what people really think. You're causing what Kimmer Karan, who's on our board of advisors, calls preference falsification. You end up with an inaccurate picture, which, by the way, in a lot of cases, because there are activists who want to restrict more speech, they actually come to think that people are more prejudiced than they might be. And actually, these kind of restrictions, there's a called racial paranoia that came out about 15 years ago, that was making the point that the imposition of some of these codes can sometimes make people think that the only thing holding you back from being a raging racist are these codes. So it must be really, really bad. It can actually make all these things worse. And one, which we talk about in the book, one very real practical way it makes things worse is when you censor people, it doesn't change their opinion. It just encourages them to not share it with people who would get them in trouble. So it leads them to talk to people who they already agree with. And group polarization takes them out. So we have some interesting data in the book about how driving people off of Twitter, for example, in 2017.
I want to buy a house in West LA.
Driving people to Gab led to greater radicalization among those people. It's a very predictable force.
Yeah, and we'll get a bunch of influencers
and it pushes them in directions that actually, by very solid research, will actually make them more radicalized. So yeah, I think that the attempt to ban hate speech, it doesn't really protect us from it, but it gives the government such a vast weapon to use against us that we will regret giving them.
I've had some fans
come to visit. Sort of to look at extreme cases,
so somebody
test this idea out a little bit. Look on campus.
Northern California,
what's your view about
like 8 hours
allowing, say, white
supremacists? He was doing other things too,
to
but he was in the area.
I think you should be able to study what people think, and I think it's important that we actually do. So I think that let's take for example QAnon. Yeah, QAnon.
I'm trying to think
where did it come from? Why did they think that?
Yeah.
What's the motivation?
You know who Katie Kirk is?
Who came up with these
Kirk was in one of my
This is important to understand history. This is important to understand modern American politics. And so if you put
who
your
scholar
hat on, and which you should be curious
so
about
I'm actually the top streamer
where they're coming from.
Of all time.
Daryl Davis,
number one,
who I'm sure you're familiar with. Part of his goal was just simply to get to know where people were coming from. And in the process, he actually de-radicalized a number of Klan members. When they actually realized that this black man who befriended them actually was compassionate, was a decent person, they realized all their preconceptions were wrong. So it can have a de-radicalizing factor, by the way. But even when it doesn't, it's still really important to know what the bad people in your society think. Honestly, in some ways, it's for your own safety, it's probably more important to know
I personally think that freedom of speech in cases like that, like KKK on campus, can do more harm in the short term, but much more benefit in the long term. Because you can sometimes argue for, like, this is going to hurt in the short term. But I mean, Harvey said this is like completely the alternative.
We'll take care of you.
Because you just kind of make the case for like this potentially would be a good thing, even in the short term. And it often is, I think, especially in a stable society like ours.
Anybody who's on this,
with a strong middle class,
me along the way,
where people have like
all
the
your
compass, the
actions are
reason.
essentially recorded. And
But you know,
when
to
I
me,
go viral,
it's like
we'll have
even
a
if a
whole
person
team
in
of
the short
people that
term,
goes through
even if
every
it does
single
create
person's
more
username who helped me along
freedom of
the way.
speech has
And
this
we will
really beneficial thing, which is it helps you move towards the truth. The entire society towards a deeper,
100%.
more accurate understanding of
24/7
life on Earth, society, of how people function,
and
of ethics,
so you're
metaphysics, of everything.
essentially
And that, in the
part
long
of
term,
history, part of
it gets rid of the Nazis in the long term,
Okay.
even if it
With
adds
that being
to
said,
the number of Nazis in the short term.
Well, and meanwhile, and the reality part of this is people will always bring up, what about the Klan on campus? I'm like, they're never invited. I haven't seen a case where they've been invited. Usually, the Klan argument gets thrown out when people are trying to excuse, and that's why we shouted down Ben Shapiro. That's why you can't have Bill Maher on campus. That's why, and it's like, okay, and it's a little bit of that whataboutism again about being like, well, that thing over there is terrible, and therefore this comedian shouldn't come.
Let me first say, I really mean this. I'm a very serious person. You know, like, for the other reason. And I really mean that the word guys. I mean, I've got 1,500 people here by from every single day. And one of these days, and sometimes what I do is going to go viral. Well, not thousandaires, not millionaires, not billionaires. But we're going to go crazy. Data is based on the according to the time of year. More valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. I have no data on my mind. So we're locked in with the right person. All right. With that being said, I'm just going to turn you guys down a little bit here in case any time I want to just come in without things. But I still can barely hear you a little bit. As I sing in here, you'll understand why. I need to be able to hear the music. With that, I'm now going to pull up the music that we have. We have a key here. So we do know. Hello, everyone. I hope you're well. I see that no one is singing. If you don't mind, sing a song by Katy Perry. It's from Breakfast. This goes out to all my friends in my Discord, in the karaoke Discord. Shout out to everybody. Y'all know what it is. Katy Perry. Juicy J. It's Katy Perry featuring Juicy J. You were gonna come to me, and you are, but you better choose carefully. I'm capable of anything, and everything. Make me your Aphrodite, make me your one and only. But you know, you're your enemy, your enemy, your enemy. Yeah. You know what you're falling for. Baby, don't you dare to do this. Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? You let your mind. There's no going back. The words, this moment you meditate with the bird, like a bird without a cage, moving her. If you choose to walk away, don't walk away. The palm of your hand now, baby. It's for a no, maybe. So let it go before you give it all to me. All to me, give it all to me. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, will you dare to do this? Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? Watch your mind, watch your mind. There's no going back. She's a beast. I call her karma. She's your heart, like Jerry Dahmer. Careful, as you lead her on. Shouting sounds like steroids, touching girls like you ain't even leader. You made power with the bigger, control of the answer. As Mary came up, I'm not the child. I'm going to put her in the home. Then we're going to play I was gonna get it credit, but I want my soul, don't mess around, you gotta be good. So you wanna play with magic, or do you know what you're falling for? Maybe you can get to do this, cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? There's no going back. That was Katy Perry featuring Juicy J and of course going out to the Discord. Shout out to everybody. Anyone else would like to go for free? If not, if the rain, we keep on. Let's stay in. Stacy has got it going on. 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 Stacy, can I come over after school? After school, we can hang around by the pool. And by the pool, get your money back from your business trip. There's no stress. Is she there? Or is she trying to get me to stay? Give me the spread. No, I'm not the little boy that I used to be. I'm all grown up now, baby. Can't you see? Stacey's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long. Stacey, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacey's mom. Stacey's mom has got it going on. Stacey's mom has got it going on. Stacey, do you remember when I mowed your lawn? Mowed your lawn. Your mom came out with just a towel long. Towel long. And I could tell she liked me from the way she stared. Way she stared. And the way she said, Mr. Spot over there. Spot over there. You know, it's just a fantasy. But since your dad walked out, your mom could use a guy like me. Stacy is mine, has got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy is mine. Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy. Love with Stacy's mom. Oh, Stacy's mom. Oh, wait a minute, Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom. I was friends with Wayne, Stacy's mom, going out to all my favorite people in the area for community for the opportunity to let me see. Go ahead. All right, if you're just chilling out there and you're ready for me to go again, I absolutely can. We're here all night. This is Bowling Pursuit 1985. Also the year of Rabbi's birth. Shout out to 1985, the book. It's better than 1984, trust me. Debbie with the wall, she's never had it all. One Prozac a day, husband's a CPA. Her dreams went out the door when she turned 24. Only did with one man. What happened to her plan? She's gonna be an actress. She's gonna be a star. She's gonna shake her ass on the hood of White Snake's car. Her yellow SUV is now the enemy. Looks at her average life and nothing has been alright. 16, Madonna, way before Nirvana, there was YouTube and Blondie, and music still on MTV. There's the kids in high school, they tell you that it's uncool, because she's still preoccupied with 1985. Shout out to the Rebecca Note. You girls are obsessed with 1985. These are the classics. She knows every line. Breakfast of Penny and Pink. Even almost fired. She rocked out to Wham. Not a big Whitney fan. Doesn't hand a hand on a member of Duran Duran. Forget the mini skirt made of snake skin. And who's the other guy that's singing it? Van Halen. When did reality become TV? Whatever happened to sitcoms, game shows on the radio? Christine, Madonna, way before Nirvana, there was YouTube and Blondie, and music still on MTV. Her two kids in high school, they tell her that she's uncool, and she's still preoccupied with 1985. She hates me down. Make it stop. When did Motley Crue become classic? Classic rock? When did I become an actor? Please make this stop, stop, stop. And bring back Christine, Madonna, way before Nirvana. There was YouTube and Blondie, and music still on MTV. Her two kids in high school, they tell her that she's uncool, and she's still preoccupied with 1960 Madonna, way before Nirvana. There was YouTube and Blondie, and music still on MTV. Her two kids in high school, they tell her that she's uncool, but she's still preoccupied with 1985. That was Bowling Pursuit, 1985. Feel free to sing if you'd like Next up is the offspring Pretty Fly. Shout out to all the girlies who say I'm pretty fly for Rabbi. Don't do it, a little bit. Hey, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly for Rabbi. Alright, then the hard to get along today. I'm something looking cool, but he fix it anyway. He may not have a move, he may not have style, but everything he lacks, well, he lives up in the last. Oh, don't give me faith. I play it straight, but you know you can get it anyway. Gotta play the field, and keep it real. But you know ways, so if you don't reach, just go and compensate. At least if you know, you can always go on Ricky Lake. The world needs wanna be, so hey, do that branding thing. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. And all the girls say, pretty fly for a white guy. You with it ice, with it ice, so they got vanilla ice. He couldn't get his Gonzales, he's always as he passed, but he looks smart, they're gonna kick him in the ass, so don't even be a player straight. You know you're gonna get it anyway, you're gonna play the field, keep it real. So you know way, so if you don't wait, just go and compensate. At least you know you can always go on regulate. The world loves one of these hey, do that everything. You didn't get that food on, you didn't get done. He went for other teams, but if you were 31, really trying to watch every show you want to get, but in his own mind, he was deep in the double trip. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. All the girls straight, watch your sickle says. Don't be paid, play it straight. And you know you gotta get anyway. Gotta prove that feel, and really feel. But you know it. So if you don't read, just go without me to say. At least if you know, you can always go on big LA. The world needs wannabes, the world loves wannabes, let's get some more wannabes, hey, do that brand new thing. That was the offspring, Pretty Fly. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. If anybody else would like to sing, go ahead. Please. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, can I just tell you about this one now? It's interesting stuff.
So I do have a question, maybe by way of advice.
Sure.
You know, interviewing folks and seeing this like a podcast as a platform in deciding who to talk to or not. And that's something I have to come face to face with, on occasion. My natural inclination before I started the podcast was to talk to anyone, and including people I'm still interested in, who are, current members of the KKK. And to me, there's a responsibility to do that with skill.
Yeah.
And that responsibility is moving heavier and heavier on me because you realize how much skill it actually takes. Because you have to know to understand so much. Because I've come to understand that the devil is always going to be charismatic. The devil's not going to look like the devil. And so you have to realize you can't always come to the table with a deep compassion for another human being. You have to, like 90% compassion and another 90% deep historical knowledge about the context of the battles around this particular issue. And that takes just a huge amount of effort. But I don't know if there's thoughts you have about this, how to handle speech in a way without censoring, bringing it to the surface in a way that creates more love in the world.
I remember Steve Bannon got disinvited from the New Yorker Festival, and Jim Carrey freaked out, and all sorts of other people freaked out, and he got disinvited. And I got invited to speak on Smerconish about this, and I was saying, like, listen, you don't have people to your conference because you agree with them. We have to get out of this idea that that's because they were trying to make it sound like that's an endorsement of Steve Bannon. Like, that's nonsense. Like, if you actually look at the opinions of all the people who are there, you can't possibly endorse all the opinions that all these other people who are going to be there actually have. And in the process of making that argument, I got and also endorsement. They're very classic, very valuable to know what someone Steve Bannon. I think we should be curious about that. And I remember someone arguing back saying, "Well, what would you want someone to interview a jihadi?" And I'm like, because we're at the moment, like it was at the time when ISIS was really going for it. And I was like, would you not want to go to a talk where someone was trying to figure out what makes some of these people tick? Because that changes your framing. But essentially, it's like, no, it's curiosity. It is the cure for a lot of this stuff, and we need a great deal more curiosity and a lot less unwarranted certainty.
And there's a question of like, how do you conduct such a conversation? And I feel deeply underqualified.
You get so especially good at that.
I feel like documentary filmmakers usually do a much better job, and the best job is usually done by biographers.
Yeah.
So the more time you give to a particular conversation, like really deep thought and historical context and studying the people, how they think, looking at all different perspectives, looking at the psychology of the person, upbringing, their parents, their grandparents, all of this. The more time you spend with that, the better the quality of the conversation is, because you get to understand, you get to really empathize with the person, with the people he or she represents.
Yeah.
And you get to see the common humanity, all of it. Interviewers are often don't do that work.
Yeah.
So like the best stuff I've seen is interviews that are part of a documentary.
Yeah.
But even now, documentaries are like, there's a huge incentive to do as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
There's not an incentive to really spend time with the person.
There's a great new documentary about Floyd Abrams that I really recommend. We did a documentary about Ira Glasser called Mighty Ira, which was my video team and my protege, Nico Perino, and Chris Mulvey and Aaron Reese put it together. And it just follows the life and times of Ira Glasser, the former head of the ACLU.
If you could just linger on that, that's a fascinating story.
Oh, yeah.
Who's Ira?
Ira, he wasn't a lawyer. He started working at the NYCLU, the New York Civil Liberties Union, back in, I think, the 60s. He was, I think Robert Kennedy recommended that he go in that direction. And he became the president of the ACLU right at the time that they were suffering from defending the Nazis in Skokie. And Nico and Aaron and Chris put together this, and they'd never done a documentary before, and it came out so well. And it tells the story of the Nazis in Skokie, tells the story of the case around it, tells the story of the ACLU at the time and what a great leader Ira Glasser was. And one of the things that's so great is, like, when you get to see the Nazis in Skokie, they come off like the idiots that you would expect them to. There's a moment when the rally is not going very well and the leader gets flustered. It almost seems like he's gonna like shout out, kind of like you're making this Nazi rally into a mockery. And So it showed how actually allowing the Nazis to speak, he kind of took the wind out of their sails. Like if they had, the whole movement, like everybody just kind of, it all kind of dissolved after that because they looked like racist fools that they were. They were, even Blues Brothers made jokes about them. And it didn't turn into the disaster that people thought it was going to be just by letting him speak. And Ira Glasser, okay, so he has this wonderful story about how Jackie Robinson joined the Brooklyn Dodgers and how there was a moment when it was seeing someone, an African American, as literally on their team, and how that really got him excited about the cause of racial equality, and that became a big part of what his life was. And I just think of that as such a great metaphor, is expanding your circle and seeing more people as being quite literally on your team is the solution to so many of these problems. And I worry that one of the things that is absolutely just a fact of life in America is like we do see each other more as enemy camps as opposed to people on this. And that was actually something in the early days. Like me and Will Creeley, the legal director of FIRE, wrote about the forthcoming free speech challenges of everyone being on Facebook. And one thing that I was hoping was that as more people were exposing more of their lives, we'd realize a lot of these things we knew intellectually, like kids go to the bar and get drunk and do stupid things, that when we started seeing the evidence of them doing stupid things, that we might be shocked at first, but then eventually get more sophisticated and be like, well, come on, people are like that. That never actually really seemed to happen. I think that there are plenty of things we know about human nature. We know about dumb things people say, and we've made it into an environment where there's just someone out there waiting to be kind of like, oh, remember that dumb thing you said when you were 14? Well, I'm going to make sure that you don't get into your dream school because of that.
That's offense archaeology.
Yeah, that's not my term. Oh, it's a great term.
We steal from the past. Digging through someone's past comments to find speech that hasn't aged well.
And that one's tactical. Like that one isn't just someone not being empathetic. They're like, I'm going to punish you for this. And that's one of the reasons why I got depressed writing this book. Because, there's already people who don't love me because of coddling the American mind, usually based on a misunderstanding of what we actually said in coddling the American mind, but nonetheless. But on this one, I'm calling out people for being very cruel in a lot of cases. But one thing that was really scary about studying a lot of these cases is that once you have that target on your back, what they're going to try to cancel you for could be anything. They might go back into your old post, find something that you said in 1995. Do something where essentially it looks like it's this entire other thing, but really what's going on is they didn't like your opinion, they didn't like your point of view on something, and they're going to find a way that from now on, anytime your name comes up, it's like, oh, remember this thing I didn't like about him, and it's cruel, doesn't get you anywhere closer to the truth. But it is a little scary to stick your neck out.
Okay, in terms of solutions,
yeah,
I'm going to ask you a few things. So one, parenting.
Yeah. 5 and 7-year-old.
So I'm sure you've figured it all out.
Oh, God, no.
From a free speech perspective.
Yeah.
From a free speech culture perspective, how to be a good parent.
Yeah. I think the first quality you should be cultivating in your children if you want to have a free speech culture is curiosity and an awareness of the vastness that will always be unknown. And getting my kids excited about the idea of like, we're going to spend our whole lives learning about this. And it's vast and exciting and endless. And we'll never make a big dent in it, but the journey will be amazing. But only fools think they know everything. And sometimes dangerous fools at that. So giving the sense of intellectual humility early on, being also, saying things that actually do sound kind of old-fashioned. But I say things to my kids like, listen, if you enjoy study and work, both things that I very much enjoy, I do for fun, your life is going to feel great and it's going to feel easy. So some of those old-fashioned virtues are things I try to preach. Counterintuitive stuff like outdoor time, playing, having time that are not intermediated experiences is really important. And little things like I talk about in the book about when my kids are watching something that's scary. I'm not talking about like zombie movies, I'm talking about like a cartoon that has kind of a scary moment, and saying that they want to turn the TV off, and I talk to them and I say, listen, I'm going to sit next to you and we're going to finish this show, and I want you to tell me what you think of this afterwards. I sat next to my sons. Um,
And it's not. Right. Well, you like the same thing for your pocket? Otherwise, hey, it's going to all the small things you give, truth brings. I'll take one lift, your life as strict. Always, I know you'll be at my show, watching, waiting, commiserating. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me on. Late night, come home, work sucks. I know she brought me roses by the stairs. Surprises let me know she cares. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. And on 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 and on. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. Keep your head still, I'll be your thrill. The night will go on, my little windmill. It ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. Keep your head still, I'll be your thrill. The night will go on, the night will go on, my little windmill. That is good for the YouTube. Next one. Thank you for the PVC. Next person. Look at this athleticism, folks. Look at this. Everybody watch this. Look at this athleticism. Some of the most athletic moves of all time. Some of the greatest muscular tone of all time. One of the greatest people ever. Sexiest motherfucker of all time. This motherfucker is the best. You know, look at this. This. I bet none of that. Sure. No way. No fucking way. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
By the end of it, every single time,
Got a 99
when
agility
I
here,
asked them,
folks.
was that as scary as I thought it was going to be? And I was like, no, Daddy, that was fine. And I'm like, that's one of the great lessons in life. The fear that you don't go through becomes much bigger in your head than actually simply facing it. It's one of the reasons why I'm fighting back against this culture. I love, for all of our kids to be able to grow up in an environment where people give you grace and, accept the fact that sometimes people are going to say things that piss you off. Take seriously the possibility it might be wrong and be curious.
Well, I have hope that the thing you mentioned, which is because so much of young people's stuff is on the internet, that they're going to give each other a break because then everybody's cancel worthy.
Generation Z hates cancel culture the most, and that's another reason why it's like people still claim this is even happening. They're like, no, you actually can ask, kids what they think of cancel culture, and they hate it.
Yeah. Well, I kind of think of them as like the immune system. That's the culture waking up to like, no, this is not a good thing.
I am glad though. I mean, I'm one of those kids who, is really glad that I was a little kid in the 80s and a teenager in the 90s, because having everything potentially online, it's not an upbringing handy.
Well, because you can also do the absolute free speech. I like leaning into it.
Yeah.
Where I hope for a future where a lot of our insecurities, flaws, everything's out there.
Yeah.
And to be raw, honest with it, I think that leads to a better world because the flaws are beautiful. I mean, that's the flaws is the basic ingredients of human connection.
Robert Wright, he wrote a book on Buddhism, and I talked about trying to use social media from a Buddhist perspective, and like as if it's the collective unconscious meditating, and seeing those little like angry bits that are trying to cancel you or get you to shut up, and just kind of like letting them go the same way you're supposed to watch your thoughts.
I would love to see that like visualized. whatever the drama going on, just seeing the sea of it, of the collective consciousness, just processing this and having a little like panic attack. And just kind of like, reading it in.
Looking at the little sort of hateful, angry voices kind of pop up and be like, okay, there you are. And I'm still focused on that thing. Because that is one of the things is, okay, actually it's probably late again to giving my grand theory on this stuff. But
Never too late.
So when I was studying in law school, when I ran out of First Amendment classes, I decided to study censorship during the Tudor dynasty, because that's where we get our ideas of prior restraint that come from the licensing of the printing press, which was something that Henry VIII was the first to do, where basically the idea was that if you can't print anything in England unless it's with these Your Majesty approved printers, it will prevent heretical work and anti-Henry VIII stuff from coming out. Pretty efficient idea, if nothing else. And so he started getting angry at the printing press around 1521, and then passed something that required prints to be along with Parliament in 1538. And I always think about it as kind of like where we are now, because back then we had the original disruptive technology, writing, but the next one, which was the printing press, which was absolutely calamitous. And I say calamitous on purpose because in the short term, witch hunts went up like crazy because the printing press allowed you to get that manual on how to find witches. That the religious wars went crazy. It led to all sorts of distress, misinformation, nastiness. And Henry VIII was trying to put the genie back in the bottle. You know, he was kind of like, I want to use this for good. Like I feel like it could be used. But he was in an unavoidable period of epistemic anarchy. There's nothing you can do to make the period after the printing press came out to be a non-disruptive, non-crazy period, other than like absolute totalitarianism and destroy all the print presses, which simply was not possible in Europe. So I feel like that's kind of like where we are now. That disruption came from adding, I think, several million people to the European conversation and then eventually the global conversation. But eventually, it became the best tool for disconfirmation, for getting rid of falsity, for spotting bad ideas. And it's the benefit, the long-term benefits of the printing press are incalculably great. And that's what gives me some optimism for where we are now with social media, because we are in that unavoidably anarchical period. And I do worry that there are attempts in states to pass things to try to put the genie back in the bottle. Like if we ban TikTok or we say that nobody under 18 can be on the internet unless they have parental permission, we're going at something that no amount of sort of top down is going to be able to fix it. We have to culturally adapt to the fact of it in ways that make us wiser, that actually and allow it potentially to be that wonderful engine for disconfirmation that we're nowhere near yet, by the way. But think about it. Additional millions of eyes on problems, thanks to the printing press, helped create the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, the discovery of ignorance. We now have added billions of eyes and voices to solving problems, and we're using them for cat videos and canceling.
But those are just the early days of the printing press.
Exactly.
It all starts with the cats and the canceling. Is there something about X, about Twitter, which is perhaps the most energetic source of cats and canceling?
It seems like the collective unconscious of the species. I mean, like, it's one of these things where the tendency to want to see patterns of history sometimes can limit the actual batshit crazy experience of what history actually is. Because yes, we have these nice comforting ideas that it's going to be like last time. We don't know. It hasn't happened yet. And I think how unusual Twitter is, because I think of it as like because people talk about, writing and mass communications and as being expanding the size of our collective brain. But now we're kind of looking at our collective brain in real time, and it's filled just like our own brains with all sorts of like little crazy things that pop up and appear like virtual particles kind of all over the place of people, reacting in real time to things. It's never been anything even vaguely like it, and it can be at its worst awful to see. At its best, sometimes seeing people like just getting euphoric over something going on and cracking absolutely brilliant immediate jokes at the same time. It can even be a joyful experience. I feel like, and I live in a neighborhood now on X where I mostly deal with people that I think are actually thoughtful, even if I disagree with them, and it's not such a bad experience. I occasionally run into those other sort of what I call neighborhoods on X where it's just all canceling, all nastiness, and it's always kind of an unpleasant visit to those places. I'm not saying the whole thing needs to be like my experience, but I do think that the reason why people keep on coming back to it is it reveals raw aspects of humanity that sometimes we prefer to pretend don't exist.
Yeah, but also it's totally new, like you said.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the virality, the speed that news travels, that opinions travel, that the battle over ideas travels.
The battle over information, too.
Yeah, with what is true and not, lies travel, the Mark Twain thing, pretty fast on the thing.
Yeah.
And it changes your understanding of how to interpret information.
It also stresses you out to know. I remember to get off it sometimes. The stats are pretty bad on mental health with young people, and I'm definitely in the camp of people who think that social media is part of that. I understand, the debate, but I'm pretty persuaded that one of the things that hasn't been great for mental health of people is just constantly being exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's possible to create social media that makes a huge amount of money, makes people happy. I mean, like it's possible to align, the incentives. So in terms of making teenagers, making every stage of life, giving you long-term fulfillment and happiness in your physical existence outside of social media and on social media, helping you grow as a human being, helping challenge you just the right amount, of cat videos, whatever gives this full, rich human experience. I think it's just a machine learning problem. It's like it's not easy to create a feed. So the easiest feed you could do is like maximizing the but it's just like a really dumb algorithm. Yeah, it's like for the algorithm to learn enough about you to understand what will make you truly happy as a human being to grow long term. That's just a very difficult problem. But
you ever watch Fleabag? It's absolutely brilliant, British show, and it sets you up. One of the reasons why people love it so much is it sets you up that you're watching like a raunchy British Sex and the City, except the main character is the most promiscuous one. It's like, okay, and you kind of roll your eyes a little bit. It's kind of funny and it's kind of cute, and kind of spicy. And then you realize that the person is actually kind of suffering and having a hard time, and it gets deeper and deeper as the show goes on. And she will do these incredible speeches about tell me what to do. Like I know there's experts out there. I know there's knowledge out there. I know there's an optimal way to live my life. So why can't someone just tell me what to do? And it's this wonderfully accurate, I think, aspect of human desire. That what if something could actually tell me the optimal way to go? Because I think there is a desire to give up some amount of your own freedom and discretion in order to be told to do the optimally right thing. But that path scares me to death.
Yeah, but see, the way you phrased it, it scares me too. So there's several things. One, you can be constantly distracted in a TikTok way by things that keep you engaged. Yeah. So removing that and giving you a bunch of options from it and learning from long term what results in actual long term happiness. Like which amount of challenging ideas are good for you. That for somebody like me,
just for
there is a number like for you,
yeah,
right? Like for me, that number is pretty high. I love debate. I love the feeling of like realizing, holy shit, I've been wrong. Yes. But and then I would love for the algorithm to know that about me and to help me, but always giving me options if I want to descend into cat videos and so on. Yes, education.
The idea of kind of like both going the speed that you need to and running as fast as you can.
I mean, there's the whole flow thing. I just feel YouTube recommendation, for better or worse, if used correctly, it feels like it does a pretty good job. Whenever I just refuse to click on stuff that's just dopamine based and click on only educational things, the recommendation provides a really damn good. So I feel like it's a solvable problem, at least in the space of education, challenging yourself, but also expanding your realm of knowledge and all this kind of stuff.
And I'm definitely more in the inescapably anarchical period, and that will require big cultural adjustments. And there's no way this is going to be accomplished.
Is there any specific little or big things that you like to see X do, Twitter do?
I have lots of them. With the printing press, an extra millions of eyes on any problem can tear down any institution, any person, or any idea. And that's good in some ways, because a lot of medieval institutions needed to be torn down, and some people did too, and a lot of ideas needed to be torn down. Same thing is true now. An extra billions of eyes on every problem can tear down any person, idea, or institution. And some of those things needed to be torn down, but it can't build yet. We are not at the stage that can build yet. But it has shown us how thin our knowledge was. It's one of the reasons why we're also aware of the replication crisis. It's one of the reasons why we're also aware of how kind of shoddy our research is, how much our expert class is arrogant in many cases. But people don't want to live in a world where they don't have people that they respect and they can look at. And I think what's happening, possibly now, but will continue to happen, is people are going to establish themselves as being high integrity, that they will always be honest. I think you are establishing yourself as someone who is high integrity, where they can trust that person. A fire wants to be, the institution that people can come to. It's like, if it's free speech, we will defend it, period. And I think that people need need to have authorities that they can actually trust. And I think that if you actually had a stream that maybe people can watch in action, but not flood with stupid cancel culture stuff or dumb cat memes, where it is actually a serious discussion founded around rules. No perfect controllable fortress, no efficient controllable fortress, none of the BS ways we debate. I think you could start to actually create something that could actually be a major improvement in the speed with which we come up with new, better ideas and establish and separate truth from falsity.
Yeah, if done well, it can inspire a large number of people to become higher and higher integrity. And it can create integrity as a value to strive for.
Yeah,
I mean, there's been projects throughout the internet that have done an incredible job with that, but have been also very flawed. Wikipedia is an example of a big leap forward in doing that.
It's pretty damn impressive. What's your overall take? I'm mostly impressed.
So there's a few really powerful ideas for the people who edit Wikipedia. One of which is each editor, kind of for themselves, declares, I'm into politics, and I really kind of am a left-leaning guy, so I really shouldn't be editing political articles because I have bias.
That's
so
great.
They declare their biases, and they often do a good job of actually declaring bias. But they'll still, they'll find a way to justify themselves if something will piss them off.
Yeah.
And they want to correct it. Because they love correcting untruth into truth. But the perspective of what is true and not is affected by their bias.
Truth is hard to know.
And it is true that there is a left-leaning bias in the editors of Wikipedia. But for that, what happens is on articles, which I mostly appreciate, that don't have a political aspect to them, scientific articles or technical articles, they can be really strong. Even history, just describing the facts of history, that don't have a subjective element, are strong. Also, just using my own brain, I can kind of filter out if it's something about January 6th or something like this. I know I'm going to be like, whatever's going on here, I'm going to kind of read it, but most I'm going to look to other sources, and I'll look to a bunch of different perspectives on it. It's going to be very tense. There's probably going to be some kind of bias. Maybe some wording will be such, this is where Wikipedia does its thing, the way they word stuff will be biased. The choice of words. But the Wikipedia editors themselves are so self-reflective. They literally have articles describing these very effects of how you can use words to inject bias.
Yeah.
In all the ways that you talked about.
That's not healthier than most.
It's incredibly healthy, but I think it could be better. One of the big flaws of Wikipedia, to me, that community notes on X does better, is the accessibility of becoming an editor. It's difficult to become an editor, and it's not as visible, the process of editing. So I would love, if you said, a stream, everyone to be able to observe this debate between people with integrity of when they discuss things like January 6th, the very controversial topics, to see how the process of the debate goes, as opposed to being hidden in the shadows, which currently is Wikipedia. You can access it, it's just hard to access. And I've also seen how they will use certain articles, like on certain people, like articles about people. I'm not going to trust the rest of them, because they'll literally will use those to make personal opinions. And this is something you write about. They'll use discussions of different controversies to paint a picture of a person that doesn't, to me at least, feel like an accurate representation. It's like writing an article about Einstein, mentioning something about theory of relativity, and then saying that he was a womanizer, abuser, and a controversy. Yeah, he is. Feynman also, not, it's like, they're not exactly the perfect human in terms of women, but there's other aspects to this human, and to capture that human properly, there's a certain way to do it. I think Wikipedia will often lean. They really try to be self-reflective and try to stop this, but they will lean into the drama if it matches the bias.
Yeah.
But again, much better than the world, I believe, is much better because Wikipedia exists. But now that we're in these adolescent stages, we're growing and trying to come up with different technologies. The idea of a stream, is really, really interesting. As we get more and more people into this discourse, that where the value is trying to get the truth.
Yeah, and that basically, you get full cards for nope, wrong,
And the different rhetorical techniques that are being used to avoid actually discussing.
Yeah, and I think actually you can make it a little bit fun by you get a limited number of them. It's kind of like you get 3 whataboutism cards.
To gamify the whole thing, absolutely. Yeah. Let me ask you about. So you mentioned going to some difficult moments in your life. What has been your experience with depression? What has been your experience getting out of it, overcoming it?
Yeah, I mean the whole thing, the whole journey through the Coddling American Mind began with me at the Belmont Psychiatric Facility in Philadelphia back in 2007. I called 911 in a moment of clarity because I gone to the hardware store to make sure that when I killed myself that I didn't stuck. I wanted to make sure that I had wrapped everything. So like if all the drugs I was planning to take didn't work, that I wouldn't be able to pull my way out. It had been a really rough year. And I always had issues with depression, but they were getting worse. And frankly, one of the reasons why this cancel culture stuff is so important to me is that the thing that I didn't emphasize as much in Coddling American Mind, which, by the way, that description that I gave for trying to kill myself was the first time I'd ever written it down. Nobody in my family was aware of it being like that. My wife had never seen it. And basically, the only way I was able to write that was by doing, how you can kind of trick yourself? And I was like, I'm going to convince myself that this is just between me and my computer. Nobody will see it. It's probably not the most public thing I've ever written. But what I didn't emphasize in that was how much the culture war played into how depressed I got. Because I was originally legal director of fire, then I became president of fire in 2005, moved to Philadelphia, where I get depressed. It's just I don't have family there. There's something about the town that don't seem to like me very much. But the main thing was being in the culture war all the time. There was a girl that I was dating. I remember she didn't seem to really approve of what I did, and a lot of people didn't really seem to. And meanwhile, I was defending people on the left all the time. And they'd be like, "Oh, that's good that you're defending someone on the left," but they still would never forgive me for defending someone on the right. And I remember saying at one point, "I'm like, listen, I'm a true believer in this stuff. I'm willing to defend Nazis. I'm certainly willing to defend Republicans." And she actually said, "I think Republicans might be worse," and that really shouldn't go very well. And then I nearly got in fistfights a couple times with people on the right because they found out I defended people who crack jokes about 9/11. This happened more than once. By the time I'm in my 20s, I'm not fist fighting again. But yeah, it was always like that. You see how hypocritical people can be. You can see how friends can turn on you if they don't like your politics. So I got an early preview of this, of what the culture we were heading into by being the president of fire, and it was exhausting. And that was one of the main things that led me to be suicidally depressed. At the Belmont Center, if you told me that would be the beginning of a new and better life for me, I would have laughed if I could have, but I would, you can tell I'm okay if I'm still laughing, and I wasn't laughing at that point. So I got a doctor, and I started doing cognitive behavioral therapy. I started having all these voices in my head that were catastrophizing and it gave me overgeneralization and fortune telling, mind reading, all of these things that they teach you not to do. And it's what you do in CBT is essentially you have something makes you upset, and then you just write down what the thought was, and something minor could happen, and your response was well, the date didn't seem to go very well, and that's because I'm broken and will die alone. You're like, okay. what are the following? Catastrophizing, that's mind reading, that's fortune telling, that's all this stuff. And you have to do this several times a day, forever. I actually need to brush up on it at the moment. And it slowly over time, voices in my head that have been saying horrible internal talk. It just didn't sound as convincing anymore, which was a really kind of like subtle effect. Like it was just kind of like, oh wait, I don't buy that I'm broken. Like that doesn't sound true. That doesn't sound like truth from God, like it used to. And 9 months after I was planning to kill myself, I was probably happier than I'd been in a decade. And that was one of the things that, that the CBT is what led me to notice this in my own work, that it felt like administrators were kind of selling cognitive distortions that students were buying yet. And then when I started noticing that they seemed to come in actually already believing a lot of this stuff, that would be very dangerous. And that led to Coddling the American Mind and all that stuff. But the thing that was rough about writing Enhancing the American Mind, and I mentioned this already a couple of times, I got really depressed this past year because I was studying. There's a friend in there that I talk about who killed himself after being canceled. I talked to him a week before he killed himself, and I hadn't actually checked in with him because he seemed so confident. I thought he would be totally fine because he had an insensitive tweet in June of 2020, and got forced out in a way that didn't actually sound as bad as a lot of the other professors. He actually at least got a severance package, but they knew he'd sue and win as he had before. And so I waited to check in on him because we were so overwhelmed with requests for help. He was saying people were coming to his house still, and then he shot himself the next week. And I definitely, and because everyone knows I'm so public about my struggles with this stuff, everybody who fights this stuff comes to me when they're having a hard time. And this is a very hard, psychologically taxing business to be in. And even admitting this right now, like, I think about all the vultures out there. They'll have fun with it, just like the same way when my friend Mike Adams killed himself. There were people that celebrated on Twitter that a man was dead because they didn't like his tweets, but somehow that made them compassionate for some abstract other person. So I was getting a little depressed and anxious, and the thing that really helped me more than anything else was confessing to my staff that books take a lot of energy, so I knew they didn't want to hear that not only was this taking a lot of the boss's time, this was making him depressed and anxious. But when I finally told the leadership of my staff, people that even though I try to maintain a lot of distance from, I love very, very much, it made such a difference, because I could be open about that. The other thing was, have you heard this conference Dialogue?
Oh, yes.
It's like an invite-only thing. It's Orrin Hoffman runs it. It intentionally tries to get people all over the political spectrum to come together and have off-the-record conversations about big issues. And it was nice to be in a room where liberal, conservative, none of the above were all like, oh, thank God someone's taking on cancel culture. And where it felt like maybe this won't be the disaster for me and my family that I was starting to be afraid it would be, that taking this stuff on might actually have a happy ending.
Well, one thing that just stands out from that is the pain of cancellation can be really intense. And that doesn't necessarily mean losing your job, but just even, you can call it bullying, you can call it whatever name, but just some number of people on the internet, and that number can be small, kind of saying bad things to you.
Yeah.
That can be a pretty powerful force to the human psyche, which was very surprising. And then the flip side also of that, it really makes me sad how cruel people can be.
Yeah. Thinking that your cause is social justice in many cases can lead people to think I can be as cruel as I want in pursuit of this, when a lot of times it's just a way to sort of vent some aggression on a person that you think of only as an abstraction.
But I think it's important for people to realize that they're whatever negative energy, whatever negativity you want to put out there, like, there's real people that can get hurt. Like, you can really get people to one, be the worst version of themselves, or two, possibly take their own life. And it's not as real.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things that we do in the book, to really kind of address people who still try to claim this, isn't real. Is we just quote. We quote Obama. We quote James Carville. We quote Taylor Swift on cancel culture. And Taylor Swift's quote is essentially about like how behind all of this, there's, when it gets particularly nasty, there's this very clear, kill yourself kind of undercurrent to it, and it's cruel. And the problem is that in an environment so wide open, there's always going to be someone who wants to be so transgressive and say the most hurtful, terrible thing. But then you have to remember the misrepresentation, getting back to the old idioms. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me, has been reimagined in campus debates in the most asinine way. People will literally say stuff like, but now we know words can hurt. It's like, now we know words can hurt? Guys, you didn't have to come up with a special little thing that you teach children to make the words hurt less if they never hurt in the first place. It wouldn't even make sense to say. It's the saying that you repeat to yourself to give yourself strength when the bullies have noticed you're a little weird. And it helps. It really does help to be like, listen, okay, assholes are going to say asshole things, and I can't let them have that kind of power.
Yeah, it still is a learning experience because it does.
But for the good people out there who actually, just sometimes think that they're venting, think about it. Remember that there are people on the other side of it.
Yeah, for me, it hurts my kind of faith in humanity. I know it shouldn't, but it does sometimes. When I just see people being cruel to each other, it kind of it floats a cloud of my perspective of the I wish didn't have to be there.
Yeah, that was always my sort of flippant answer to it. If mankind is basically good or basically evil, being like the biggest debate in philosophy, and being like, well, the problem with first is there's nothing basic about humanity.
Yeah, what gives you hope about this whole thing? About this dark state that we're in, as you described? How can we get out? What gives you hope that we will get out?
I think that people are sick of it. I think people are sick of not being able to be authentic. And that's really, what censorship is. It's basically telling you, don't be yourself. Don't actually say what you think. Don't show your personality. Don't dissent. Don't be weird. Don't be wrong. And that's not sustainable. I think that people have kind of had enough of it. But one thing I definitely want to say to your audience is it can't just be up to us arguers to try to fix this. And I think that, and this may sound like it's an unrelated problem, I think if there were highly respected, let's say extremely difficult ways to prove that you're extremely smart and hardworking that cost little or nothing, that actually can give the Harvards and the Yales of the world a run for their money, I think that might be the most positive thing we could do to deal with a lot of these problems. And why? I think the fact that we have become America with a great anti-elitist tradition has become weirdly elitist in the respect that we not only, again, are our leadership coming from these few fancy schools, we actually have like great admiration for them. We kind of look up to them. But I think we'd have a lot healthier of a society if people could prove, their excellence in ways that are coming from completely different streams and that are highly respected. I sometimes talk about there should be a test that anyone who passes it gets like a BA in the humanities that is like a super BA, like something like someone not a GED. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something that like one out of only a couple, like 100 people can pass. Some other way of actually of not going through these massive, bloated, expensive institutions that people can raise their hands and say, I'm smart and hardworking. I think that could be incredibly healthy. Way. I think we need additional streams for creative people to be solving problems, whether that's on X or someplace else. I think that there's lots of things that technology could do to really help with this. I think some of the stuff that Sal Khan is working iconic avenue could really help. So I think there's a lot of ways, but they exist largely around coming up with new ways of doing things, not just expecting the old things that have, say, $40 billion in the bank that they're going to reform. And here, it's just like, I'm picking on Harvard a lot, but I'm picking on a little bit more. I had talked a lot about class again, and there's a great book called Poison Ivy by Evan Mavry, which I recommend to everybody. It's outrageous. It sounds like me on a rant at Stanford, which was, and I think the stat is, elite higher education has more kids from the top 1% than they have from the bottom 50 or 60%, depending on the school. And when you look at how much they actually replicate class privilege, it's really distressing. So everybody should read Poison Ivy. And above all else, if you're weird, continue being weird. And you're one of the most interesting, one of the weird, most beautiful way people I've ever met, Greg. Thank you for the really important work you do. This is. I appreciate the class, the hilarity you brought here today, man. This was an amazing conversation. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you. And for me, who deeply cares about education and higher education, thank you for holding the MITs and the Harvards accountable for doing right by the people that walk their halls. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Greg Lukian. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words from Noam Chomsky. If you believe in freedom of speech, you believe in freedom of speech for views you don't like. Goebbels was in favor of freedom of speech for views he liked. So was Stalin. If you're in favor of freedom of speech, that means you're in favor of freedom of speech precisely for views you despise. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you.
We have been encouraged culturally to criticize people we're in long-term relationships with. Not new relationships. New relationships with the person on a pedestal, you're allowed to just, oh, they're wonderful. But every trope out there in every form of popular media is like the wife rolling her eyes at the husband and the husband being like, oh, this loathsome harpy that castrated me. As if people are just passive players in their lives. And I think that is an incredibly toxic message to send to people. That this is how we should be relating to our partner. We should not, you don't take the piss out of your partner in front of people. The successful relationships I've seen are where people are just cheering for their partner, where they are thick as thieves, where there is just this feeling of man, they like each other. They got each other's back you wouldn't believe. Man, you could take sides against anybody. You could take sides against their partner, you're going down. And that, when you see a couple that has that, you just, that's so hard to break. But I think that comes from having a steadfast, yeah, no, I don't do that. I don't shit talk my partner. And you don't shit talk my partner to me. And that to me is, because I think we're just so criticized by the world. The world is so full of criticism. We criticize ourselves so harshly that having a partner who, no matter what, is you got this. I'm with you. You thought, okay, yeah, you screwed up. I see it. Look, I'm not going to lie to you about your blind spots. You screwed up. But you know what? People screw up sometimes. You got a right to screw up. A lot of people screw up. Come on, get up. Let's go. I know you have it in you. If you have that person, I feel like that's a superpower.
The following is a conversation with James Sexton, divorce attorney and author of How to Stay in Love, a divorce lawyer's guide to staying together. As a trial lawyer, James, for over 2 decades, has negotiated and litigated a huge number of high-conflict divorces. This has given him a deep understanding of how relationships fail and how they can succeed. And bigger than that, the role of love and pain in this whole messy roller coaster ride we call life. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's James Sexton. What is the most common reason that marriages fail?
That's a great question, but it's a question that everybody wants there to be a simple answer. Like they want me to say cheating, money, or the internet. But the reality is, I think it's a lot of little things. It's this disconnection. That would be my answer. The reason marriages fail is disconnection. What causes disconnection? That's the bigger and I think more important question. Because, like Tom Wolfe said about bankruptcy, it happens very slowly and then all at once. Disconnection happens very slowly and then all at once. So most of the time, what I think people want is an answer like cheating. But cheating is the big all at once thing. How did we get to the place where cheating was even something you were thinking about doing, or that you would think about and then cross the line from thought into action? And that's, I think, the big question. It's the disconnection for doing it.
Do you think it's possible to introspect, looking backwards for every individual case where the disconnection began and how it evolved?
Sure, yeah. This is such a multivariate equation. It's a dance. It's a chemistry. It's what did you do and what did the other person do? And see, the interesting thing about being a divorce lawyer, I'm weaponizing intimacy. I'm telling it's full context story. So what I do is I take my client's story and I have to present it to a judge and make my client the hero in every way, and the other side the villain in every way. Now I have to be careful not to do that in a manner that loses credibility, because even a judge would know. Even a judge is smart enough to know that no one's all good or all bad. But only if you were reverse engineering a relationship, how did this break? You really have to look at both people, the good and the bad, what each of them did that moved the dial in these different directions. And I think that's very hard for anyone going through a divorce to do about their own relationship. We don't know who discovered water, but it wasn't a fish. Like if you're in it, I don't think you see it. I think as a divorce lawyer, whose job is to really drill down on the facts and figure out what's going on in the story, I have to look at both sides. So I have to think a lot about my own arguments, but I also have to think about what's the other lawyer's argument going to be, especially in custody cases. So I really have been forced to look at both sides for so many years, so deeply in relationships, that once you do that, you realize that the good guy, bad guy.
I wonder if it's the little things or a few big things that cause the connection. Whether it's, we've talked about granola and blowjobs. But those seem to be stories that you can tell to yourself, like, maybe that story should be explained.
Maybe you don't think granola and blowjobs is something?
Almost. I think people can construct a good, like if you ask GPT, what do they mean? I think the story would come up with more. But, that's a story you tell about when you first knew the disconnection has begun. Is when he stopped buying my favorite granola, or when she stopped giving blowjobs.
I would say when it's reached like a critical
I didn't hear anything after blowjob.
Because I think it started before that. When she said, I used to give him blowjobs, and when we were in our early relationship, and then one day, like, I just was like, oh, well, we don't have much time, like, I'll wait until later and we'll have sex, and then we both enjoy it.
Blowjobs are inefficient.
Yeah, exactly. So
what?
So she said, well, at that point, so I think she really was like, hey, we've got a certain window, so let's have something we both enjoy. So I don't think she had any negative intentions there. I think that she was working in good faith towards the betterment of the relationship.
I bet you I could find you
it was
bunch
having
of
this second order effect. And so
and they got the children to prove it.
I really do think that, yeah,
why
the
did I
blowjobs
know
were
that things are going on?
Anyone who's been in a long-term relationship, I guess it's just worth asking the question: what does this person do that makes you feel loved? Because
how about don't have 4
I think it's very interesting in my own experience.
This is the worst.
Remember, I had a difficult chapter with one of my sons in his early 20s. And we were having a heartfelt conversation. I said, Dan, do you know I love you? And I said, well, yeah, of course I do. I said, but do you feel my love? Like, you feel it, you know? Not just that you know it intellectually, do you feel it? And I remember thinking to myself, when do we feel someone's love, right? Like, what is it that they do? It's the weirdest, silliest things that they would never know. They, or the person who's showing us that they love us and that we're feeling their love, they would never show us. Like, if you said, why does this person love you? They wouldn't say, oh, because I always make sure that when the paper comes, I bring it from the bottom of the driveway to the door so they don't collect. Or I always hold the door to the door. You know, I always, like, again, I buy the granola that I'm this person. I remembered that they don't like it when I put on this particular record, so I don't put it on. Like, and those are these, yes, they're small things, but they're not.
Do you think it's good to communicate that? It takes away some of the power.
When you point it out, then the person realizes, oh, okay, he likes this and this. So yes, it becomes a deliberateness, you know, conscious. So I understand not pointing that out when it's a good thing. I think when it's a negative thing, like I think in the granola situation,
shut the fuck up about granola.
If she had said to him, hey, you used to do this and you stopped, that feels like something to me. Like she said, she didn't say anything about that. Just like he probably didn't say anything about the blowjob. Like, I think if there had been a moment of, this is starting, let's talk about it while it's starting. But people wait. From what I can see, people wait until the big thing happens. The financial impropriety, the substance use disorder, the cheating. They wait for that to happen, and then they go, where did we go wrong?
Is the worst.
And the answer is,
in a scale of
quite a
1
while
to 10, in a scale of 10 to 10, with
Yeah.
10 being
Yeah, so when you notice something, like, you notice that,
and
you notice
10
something.
being going viral, this would be
Talk
somewhere
about
out of Z.
Because
Dog, what in the
something
fuck?
probably Colonel.
Hey, we're
Okay,
gonna tell
deeper
you,
too.
we
Of
named
course,
all
there's
of our
also
fucking
moods.
shit
Well, like a roller
mascots.
coaster of emotions,
Hey, wonder
so
what the
you can
Tyrannosaurus Rex from
not bring
Google's
a
name.
granola one day just
fuck.
because you're in this place
Douche.
where just nothing is just cynicism everywhere, just anger and so on. But it's a temporary feeling. But maybe that temporary feeling is grounded in some other deeper current that they could build on.
yeah, and I think a good partner wants to understand the currents if they're playing out. They want to understand, like, hey, when you're going through something. Look, if I'm the one you need to take it out on, that's okay. Like, I'm a big boy. I can take it. You know, like, if you're hormonal, if you're, you know, frustrated with work, if you're whatever, like, we should be able to, you know, to have a little bit of that interaction in a relationship. But I do think it's so easy to just say to people, but it really is about fearless kind of communication. It's about really honestly saying to somebody, you know, this feels like something to me. Am I wrong? This just feels like something to me. And also how that's presented. I mean, one of the things I'm very, you know, I'm very caught up on, or feel very strongly about, is that we have been encouraged culturally to criticize people who are in long-term relationships. Not new relationships. New relationships, the person on a pedestal, they're wonderful. But every trope out there in every form of popular media is like the wife rolling her eyes at the husband, and the husband being like, oh, this loathsome harpy and castrated me. As if like people are just passive players in their lives. And I think that is an incredibly toxic message. That this is how we should be related. Like, we should not, you don't take the piss out of your partner. Like, the successful relationships I've seen are where people are just cheering for their partner, where they're thick as thieves, where there's just this feeling of like, man, like they got each other's back like you wouldn't believe. Like, man, you could take sides against anybody. Take sides against their partner, you're going down. Like, and that when you see a couple that has that,
I summed it up. I had everybody
that's so
was
hard to
aware
believe.
of what
But I think that comes from having like a steadfast, yeah, no, I don't do that. I don't shit talk my partner. Like, and you don't shit talk my partner through me. You know, like, and that to me is, like, because I think we're just so criticized by the world. The world is so full of criticism. We criticize ourselves so harshly. But having a partner, no matter what, is like, you got this with you. Like, you thought, okay, yeah, you screwed up. I see it. Look, I'm not going to lie to you about blind spots. You screwed up. But you know what? People screw up sometimes. You got a right to screw up. A lot of people screw up. Come on, get up. Let's go. I know you have it in you. If you have that person, I feel like that's a superpower.
Yeah, one of the things I love seeing, you look at a couple and one is talking, like in an interview, answering questions, especially like intellectual questions. Like, what do you think about the war in Ukraine? And then the partner is talking, and the other person is looking at them as if they're hearing the wisest thing ever. Like they're still looking at them, not waiting for their turn to speak, not thinking about how's the audience going to take that, but they're looking at them like, God damn, I'm so lucky to be with this smart motherfucker.
Isn't that? But there's this.
And they could be saying the dumbest shit.
There's a scene in the movie True Romance.
Yeah,
I love the movie. Great movie. Yeah, that Gary Oldman scene is like the greatest scene ever done in Christian Slater. But there's a scene in it where she holds up a sign to Christian Slater and it says, "You're so cool." So cool. And I like, man, that's it. Yeah. I've always, I think I said somewhere in the book that, you know, you go to weddings and like when the bride walks in, you know, everybody's, it's her show, you know, everybody turns around, it's the first glimpse everybody gets the bride. And I never look at the bride. Always look at the groom looking at the bride. Because there's this, like, me, like he has this look, like this, because this is the first time he's seeing her in the dress most of the time. And also, he's seeing her like, holy shit, she's coming down the aisle, we're getting married. Like, this is it. And everyone's looking at her. And I was looking at him because I was thinking, like the look on his face is like, that's like this feeling of like, holy crap, okay? Like that's, everyone's looking at her and she's mine, and she's coming up here and we're getting married. And I feel like, yeah, like that kind of adoration. Like, I think that's the look we're describing. It's like adoration, like the words coming out of the mouth. They're like, yeah, that's mine. That one's mine. You know, that's such a great thing. It's such a great feeling.
See the good stuff, like with True Romance. I mean, you could make fun of the guys totally cringe wearing Elvis, like essentially being a fake Elvis with shades, and like what is he doing? Like, watching these kung fu movies, but from her perspective and from my perspective, you could take on him. This is the baddest motherfucker who's ever lived. Like, he's willing to do those things for me, but not like, it's almost like an epic heroic figure. And we're living in this epic hero story.
What does that do to him, though?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what. See, that's the point. Like, if there's a point of this whole thing, this whole couple thing, isn't that it?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand this idea of, you know, we had a successful marriage. We were married for 50-something years. We were miserable for 47 of them, but we hung in there. Like, this is an endurance event. Like, the primary relationship of your life, you've decided you're going to turn into the like a 50-mile trail race. Like, why? Why would you do that? Like, congratulations, you took the concept of monogamy and made it something that two people are absolutely not going to enjoy, but you hung in. Congratulations. I understand. There's religious perspectives that say, well, it's a sacred covenant. But I have a real chicken or the egg problem with that. Because I think it was like, well, how do we sell this incredibly stupid concept that isn't working to people? I know, we'll tell them God says you have to. And we'll sign on for that. I don't buy it. I don't buy it anymore. I really, because when you see a successful marriage, where you see, even without a marriage, you see a pair bond, you see a couple that really love each other and cheer for each other in that way, and like hang on each other's words that way, and just in each other's corner that way. You see fake shit instantly. Like you see the difference right away. It's like if you know, the first time I come to Boston, I thought I'd eaten a lot of barbecue. I've never had Texas barbecue. I landed, I went and had barbecue. I was like, okay, I've never had barbecue before. Apparently, this is is a whole different thing. I think it's the same thing. I think it's like once you see real love, and I mean romantic love, like real love like that, real bond, you go, oh yeah, it's other things. Yeah.
Do you think that's a daily deliberate choice with a couple of that makes? Because it feels like a very easy to do deliberate stuff. Like choose to see the brilliant in it, the beautiful in it. And almost immediately everything shifts and it becomes this momentum where all you see is the beautiful and all you see is the brilliant.
That is a conscious choice. I think approaching life that way is a conscious choice. Approaching any relationship that way is a conscious choice. I mean, looking at someone who hurts you or does something hurtful to you and thinking about what's going on in their life, what's happening with them, yeah, that's a very conscious choice. And I think a better one than seething in animosity and letting that eat you alive. But I don't know that I don't think it should be so difficult. Like with our children, with our pets, we don't have this problem. Like you never have someone look at their dog who they've had for 8 years and go, oh, I had this one for 8 years. Like, I gotta get, the puppies are so cute. What am I doing with this old dog? Like, it's the total opposite. They're like, oh my God, this is like my dog. This is my dog. The smell of the dog. This is the dog's smell. The bad habits of the dog. You're like, I find stupid dog. It does stupid things. And it's not like that has to be a conscious, like they wake up every day and go, it's just visceral. It's in them. Yeah. You know, and so, and your children, like people's children, you know, it's why people are like not aware of how annoying their children are. Because they're not annoying to them. Like, I get it. Like, you, the sound of your kids shrieking is like, oh, my kid's having a good time. And you don't get, and see, when I hear that, I try to hear it with them here. It's like, oh, that, like, I'm a parent, I get it. My kids are adults now, but like, I get it. Like, so when I hear a kid shrieking, I just am like, oh, for that parent, that's the sound of that kid having a great time. I'm good. Like, it's so nice that's in the world. But so for me, it has to be conscious. For that parent, I don't think it has to be conscious. So I think it would be great if it didn't have to be a conscious practice. But I wonder if, like anything in meditation, it's a matter of exercising that way of seeing. And then once you've come to that, it does itself, right? Like it really does. Like I think it initially has to be a conscious practice. And by the way, it's easier to make it a conscious practice before it started to fade, right? Like that. I mean, that's what's so amazing about marriage is there's like almost 8 billion people in the world, and you're picking this one. So when you marry, in theory, like the stock's at its highest, like you're as crazy about each other as you could possibly be. So that's the time to get into this mindfulness, to get into this. Not once it's like the wheels are starting to come off. It's much harder. It's like gaining a bunch of weight and saying, okay, how am I going to lose the weight?
Well, I think that even before marriage, like right away, you see everything is beautiful. Let me quote BoJack Horseman on this. When you look at something through rose-colored glasses, all the red flags just look like flags.
It's great.
But there's a certain sense where if you, from the very beginning, of course you could end up in toxic relationships that way, but you know, life is short. You're going to die eventually. Might as well really go all in on relationships.
There's a line in the Drugstore Cowboy, great film, where he says, we played a game you couldn't win to the utmost. Yeah. And I think life is the game you can't win. And so you play it to the utmost. Like, love anyone because you are accepting that you're going to lose. Like, I'm a dog person, and you get a dog, and you've just resigned yourself to unbelievable pain because this thing's going to die in like 10 years, maybe 15 if you're lucky. And why would you open your heart to that? Why would you because the joy is just so wonderful of it, of the ride up until it. Same thing with us. I mean, every marriage, every relationship, every love is going to end. It's going to end in death or divorce. So why not, like, just go in? Like, go in and just get weird, you know? Like, don't define it the way that's. I mean, look at again, we keep going back to romance, but it's so weird. Like, yeah, I love this Elvis pretending to be weirdo. I love this, like, like former sex worker who's like, like whatever. Like, just go in. Like, love this person, have them love you. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing in their relationship. Like, we're in such. I mean, it's not to me surprising that as the performative aspects of life on social media increases, people's satisfaction with their relationships and the divorce rate, is following the same trend because. I think everyone's going, well, what's everybody else do? Well, how much sex does everyone else have? The only two people that should worry about how much sex you're having are two people. If the two people are happy in the relationship, great. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, there should be an element to great relationships and great friendships of like, fuck the world. It's us versus the world.
It's us. And that's what I mean when I say that thick as thieves. Like when they're like a unit. Like, just look, it's just us. It's just what we want, what we like. And that's why I said, like, even when it comes to sex or things like that, like, if you can't be candid with your partner about whatever weird shit you're into or what fantasy you had in any particular, well, then who the hell can you be candid with? I mean, because you can either go without or go elsewhere, and neither of those is a particularly healthy option or helpful option. It's the start of that decline. So why open yourself to that decline? Which invariably is just the path to the chair in front of me in my office.
Yeah, you have a full section in your book on foot fetishes.
You do. Which is funny because I don't know anything about foot fetishes. Yeah, like I'm not kink shaming anybody, but like there's nothing sexual about feet to me at all. Like I just don't get it. But I mean, listen, if people like things, it's good, But yeah, I have had clients that have odd fetishes or sexual proclivities or things they want to do, and they don't share it with their partner at all. And then they find an outlet for it because they try to go without it, and that doesn't work. So they try to find some other outlet for it, and then that's interpreted as a betrayal, and it creates distance, and people split up. And of course, everybody likes to have like a bad guy to blame it on. So when you say, well, why'd you guys get divorced? Oh, because he secretly had a foot fetish. He was on his message boards and meeting people. Well, it gives you an easy answer to why the two of you split up. But I don't think most divorces have such simple answers as it was a foot thing. But I also think too, like, listen, if you got a partner, I mean, we all do stuff that we're not super into because we're in a relationship, and that's what part of it is. Like, do you really want to go see that chick flick? Do you really want to eat at this restaurant? Do you really want to go to her cousin's wedding? No, but part of being in a relationship is okay. If you're into this, I'm gonna pretend this song's a good song, even though it's not my favorite song. And I think, I just don't know, we've turned sex, sex has been so politicized in recent years. I think it always was. But I think we've made it into something where we can't just, I don't know, I'm not into feet, but if the woman I love was like, I'm really into feet, like I really want to do stuff with feet, I'd be like, all right, I'm into that. Like, it's not going to kill me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to make it a centerpiece of our coupling, but, I can send them in feet if you want.
I don't personally have any fetishes that are outside of the normal discourse.
As a divorce lawyer, I get to experience the whole spectrum.
But if I was into like furries, for example, I don't know how I would initiate the conversation with my partner about that.
But frame the question the other direction.
Yeah.
If you were into, how do you prevent your partner from knowing anything about that? That feels like you'd have to make a conscious choice to not let your partner know.
Sure.
So I don't think either of those is a particularly palatable or easy proposition.
But a lot of people live life hiding some part of themselves.
Yeah, quite unsuccessfully. Like the second order effects of that are very rarely positive. I don't think I've ever met someone who went, yeah, I really hid this huge part of myself for an extended period of time, and that's the best thing that happened. I'm really glad I stayed in the closet as long as I did. It really worked out. Like, it rarely does. It's a question of how long can you hold it off.
Yeah.
Like, I know gay men who stayed in the closet for 40 years, 50 years. And then they had a successful second chapter. I've been fine. Do they regret that they were in the closet? No, because they were married, they had kids, like they had experiences they're glad they had. But would their advice to a young person in their 20s and 30s who's gay be stay in the closet because then you can have a wife and some kids and then you can come out when you're 50 or 60 and have a second chapter? No. They would say, be who you are. Don't be afraid.
As you were talking, I'm trying to think of, because I'm publicly and privately the exact same person, or try to be the exact same person. I usually try to make sure there's nothing to hide, but I was trying to come up with a counterexample for you for if there's good things to hide. Well, there could be like past relationships, like if I, slept with thousands of women or something like this, maybe you want to put that to the side.
Well, you don't want to be in. There's a difference between being honest about something and being indelicate about it.
Right.
Like I think we all do this with lovers. Like any of us who've been in more than one relationship, you would not, at the end of sex, be like, "That was the third best sex I've ever had." It's just indelicate. So I don't think it's a matter of like total candor at all times. But I think if we're using the furry example, I'm not picking on furry. I just think if that is a proclivity that is anything other than a passive thought, like it's something that you just keep coming back to, then you're making a conscious decision to withhold it from your partner. And what is that out of? I would say it's probably out of fear. I'm not a psychologist, but probably out of fear. Fear that they would reject you. Okay, well now, see, I genuinely believe that this, I'm very conflicted in my religious faith, but I don't know that I believe in the devil. But if there was a devil, I think his principal function would be to convince us that we are so bestial that God couldn't. It would be to convince us that we're awful and that we should just lean into the awful. And I know the greatest low points of my life came whenever I just went, you know what, I'm just awful. I might as well just behave awful. And I really believe that when you push down parts of yourself, like your sexuality, like your insecurities, your true feelings from your romantic partner, the person who's supposed to be your number one, you are making sure you will not.
You know what Neptune is? You know what science this is? You know what it's smart. I don't think anybody knows. It's just the questions that exist. What the fuck is this shit? Pretty expedited shit. How about you go fuck yourself? Yes. When I don't like something, sometimes I just go ass. Why? Why not? Hey, everybody. Ready for Rabbi to sing the first song? Really? This is how we do it. John, I don't ever. Why isn't there like a thing on my phone that says don't show me fucking everybody? How is it? I don't need a phone. No. I want a phone. Wait. I want a dog. Percentage. Okay. DJ. What is it? Join queue. everyone. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of funny with a finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, you start coming and you don't stop coming. Better keep the rules and I hit the ground running. It didn't make sense, nothing live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You never know if you don't go with a whack. You want to go. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get the game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid, and all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place, and you take it hold of you bundled up now. Wait till you get hold of it. If you need it, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. You're free skate, you're getting pretty thin. Water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. The world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it in another big board. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid, and all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Believe it or not, kids, this was once the biggest song of the summer. It was huge. You'll never believe it. It was giant. I sang it with my friends. So, hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid, and all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars. Somebody once asked for Las Vegas and chase for gas. I need to get myself away from this place. I said, yeah, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Do yourself coming and you don't stop coming. And do the rules and you get the right money. When you get to the big for fun, your brain gets smart, your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see, so much fun with taking the back streets. You never know if you don't go. You never know if you don't blow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid, and all that glitters is gold. You shooting star with the mold. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting star with the mold. That was Smash Mouth All Star. Shout out to the lead singer, RP, baby. You like to go with it? If you like to breathe, huh? Next song is Eiffel 65 Blue. Remember when this came out, kids? We used to record the radio and listen. Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. Another line wrong, right, and everything he sees is just blue, like him, inside and outside. His house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen. I'm blue, ba da dee, ba 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 da dee, ba ba da ba dee, ba da ba dee, ba ba da ba dee, ba da ba dee, ba ba da ba dee, ba da. I'm blue, da da dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee. So kids, we used to make up lyrics. Well, firstly, shout out to my person Chelsea Peacock. She recorded these songs and played them for our 6th grade class. Good on her. I have a blue house with a blue window. Blue is the color of all that I wear. Blue are the streets and all the trees are blue. I have a girlfriend and she is so blue. Blue are the people who will walk around. Blue like my Corvette, it's inside out. Blue are the lyrics that are in my melody. Blue are the feelings that live inside me. I'm blue, da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, ba-ba-die, da-ba-dee, da-ba-die, da-ba-dee, da-ba-da, da-ba-dee, da-da-da. I'm blue, da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, da-da-da, da-da-ba-dee, da-da-da. So we used to record the radio and then play it at school. It was incredible. I have a blue house with a blue window. Blue is the color of all that I wear. Blue are the streets and all the trees are too. I have a girlfriend and she is so blue. Blue are the people here that walk around. Blue like my Corvette, it's inside out. Blue are the words I say and what I think. Blue are the feelings that live inside me. I'm blue, da ba dee da 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 ba dee da ba da da dee da ba da da ba dee da ba da da dee da ba da da dee da ba da da dee da ba. I'm blue, if I was green, I would die. 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 This house with the blues in the window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around, cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. I'm blue, shout out to all the people within my Rothschild store. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to karaoke. Shout out to the camp. Shout out to Eiffel 65 who sent for it. If anyone else would like to go, feel free. Going once. Going twice. All right. Next song is LMFAO Party Rock Anthem. Featuring Warren Bennett and Boom Rock. This is a huge song, folks. Whoa. Let's go. Party Rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. and we gonna make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Party rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. We just wanna see you shake party rock, look for girls shaking up. Stop doing stop. Always right dream, we would never do it. Whoa, I can roll it in the paper, we party rock. Yeah, it's a crew that is making rise on the top, no lead in a zeppelin. Hey, party rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time, and we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Every rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time, and we gon' make you lose your mind. I just wanna see you shake that rhythm and shuffle. Shout out to the camp. Shout out to everyone in the karaoke hall. If you didn't know it, you are very much loved. Thank you for being here. So you shuffle. You're the first girl to make the English campus. Hey, money. I'll be stop. Aiden is back. One round for us, another round for the first round for us. So shake it out, man. You make it up. Head down, put your hands up, head down, head down, put your hands up to the side, head up, head down, put your hands up to the side, hands up to the side, put your hands up to the side, head up, head up, head up, head up, head up, head up, head up. Get up, put your hands up to the side, put your hands up to the side, put your hands up to the side. Rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time, and we will make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time, good time. Take that every day I shuffle you to put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. That was LMFAO Party Rock Anthem featuring Warren Bennett and Guinness. Anyone else wants to go for free? Alright, next up is Gangnam Style by Psy. This guy had more views on YouTube than basically anyone. Came out of nowhere. Well, if you know Korean, Gangnam Style, apologies that I'm not very good with Korean. I mean, I like Korean a lot, but Sexy lady, Gangnam Style, sexy lady. I like it's got the circles. Welcome down style. Gangnam Style. Hey, sexy lady. Welcome Gangnam Style. Hey, sexy lady. Sexy lady. Hey, sexy lady. Gangnam Style. That was Gangnam Style by Psy. Shout out to anybody else wants to sing quickly, go ahead. If you ever request, if anybody'd like to go, feel free. I don't want to put everybody, so jump in. You can sing this song. But if no one's going to sing, then I guess I saw there was a Bruno Mars request. Absolutely, you can request anything you want. I'll sing anything. So we'll sing Bruno Mars and 24 Right, so people understand it. Okay, great. Well, I want you to know I appreciate being here with all of you. Is Bruno Mars 24 Karat Magic? I just want to take you home. Let's set this party on fingers to the moon. Yes, what you're trying to do. 24 karat magic in the air. So player without. Yes, brothers, through the margin, want to give the color red the blue. Whoosh. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. What you're trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. What you tell me, so player? Look out! First of the hustlers, gangsters, can I preach? Can I preach? Museum, no, first, your tip, do your dip, woo, woo, fresh, hashtag, they can't do it. They just mail with some money in my pocket, keep up. Ready to get it done, keep up. Hey, say my call you out, keep up. Hold on, man. Keep it, to the moon. Hey, girl, what y'all trying to do? What you trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so player. Look out. Where I go, they be like, who's so player? Hey, everywhere I go, they be like, who's so player? Everywhere I go, they be like, who's so player? Break it down like, boom. 24-karat, what y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. It's so player. What y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. It's so player. That was Bruno Mars, 24-karat magic. If anyone else likes to sing, go ahead. If not, we'll sing more Blue and Blue. If you'd like to sing, feel free. If you just want to listen, that's totally cool as well. This next song is Blue and Blue. Straight down here, we're going to do that about the thing again. And we're going to do it together. There's a reason why they watch on them. No return here forever. If you're not, I'm gonna show you off. And I'm walking with you, on. Make it up what to do, no, baby, don't play. Bring it on my confidence. Oh, baby, I'm measure. Shut the shit down outside. That's right, we out here dripping in finesse. It don't make no sense out here dripping in finesse. You know it, you're dripping in finesse. It don't make no sense, you're dripping in finesse. You know it, slow it down for me, baby. the way it feels when we grind. A connection so magnetic on the floor. Nothing can stop us tonight. And I'm working with you on I watch the whole room change the room. Maybe that's what you do. That's what you do. No, baby, I'm married. Living on my confidence. All the blame and I'm the measurements. Shut the shit down on sight. That's right. You're dripping in the mess. It don't make no sense. You're dripping in the mess. You know it, you know it. You're dripping in the mess. It don't make no sense. You're dripping in the mess. You know it, you know it. And the ladies, if you're laid on, tell us she's the one. She's the one for life. Ooh, you can just tell us, you just tell Don't be so good, be us. Hey, what you got going on? Got it going on. Yeah. Got it going on. Got it going on. Hey, hey, so good, be us. Yay. It's dripping and don't make no sense. It's dripping and you know it, you know it. Dripping and made no sense. You know it, you know it. That was Finesse by Bruno Mars and Cardi B. Thank you for everybody else who like to sing. Full bullshit. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. How are you, Pat? What is that? You at your computer? What is that? Pokemon card? What is that? Oh, it's a cookie? To be honest with you, the juice take care of it. Huh? Pokemon card? Do that athlete's foot? Wasn't that tough athlete's jacket? I don't. Athlete's foot? I do want tough athlete's. So, like, oh! Yo, dog, this Tagalog? That's my jam. I love that stuff. This looks like it's This is the worst. What the fuck? When did Yoda start playing? I mean, because of this, I didn't actually I'll join that. Yes, I'll share. Here's Farmer's Valley. Hey, Farmer, fuck you. PC Farmer. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. I think I'm fine. Oh, dude, they're extra. God, dude, this is the worst. Fucking serious? This shit is the worst. Look out. That's well, people don't even expect so fucking did you notice? Oh, did you notice that? Because I want to write so fucking. This is the worst. Hey guys, well, this is no other thing. Just worse. Yep. What's the Really? I like how that thing doesn't have a thing. Hey, look at this. You know you can sing me? What up? What up? Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Yeah. No, dog, I stream on everything. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Rumble, I'm on Twitch, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Caffeine, I'm on Live FT2, I'm on Odyssey. And I'm about to start, some people made requests for me to like, I'm gonna sing for them. Hey, what's going on? So I got you guys because was beautiful too. And it, Bruno Mars for South Africa. Let's take a time, girl. Oh, let's have the start of my weekend. No place in the ground in this world. Your eyes are where I'm lost in. Underneath the chandelier, two hands in love. There's no reason to hide what we're feeling inside right now. But maybe there's a turn light and close the door. Ooh, I love that dress, but you won't need it anymore. Now you won't need it no more. Let's just kiss till naked, baby. Versace on the floor. Ooh, pick it up for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, pick it up for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. How's it go back before? While I kiss your neck and shoulders, don't be afraid to show it all. I'll be right here ready to hold you. Girl, you know you're perfect from your head to your heel. You'll be confused by my smile, for you've never been known for real, for real. So just turn down the lights and close the door. Ooh, I love that dress, but you won't need it anymore. You won't need it no more. Let's just kiss till we're naked, baby. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. This goes out to all my friends in karaoke. Shout out to the camp. You all are amazing. I hope only good things happen to you and your families and your friends. I hope only blessings in the coming year. Shout out to all of you. You're wonderful people. It's warm enough. Can you feel it? It's warm enough. Can you feel it? It's warm enough. Can you feel it, baby? Warm enough. Oh, you're ready for more. Let's just kiss till we're naked. Oh, Versace on the floor. Baby, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Oh, oh, oh. That was Bruno Mars, Versace on the floor. Thank you so much for that. You guys are wonderful. Well, if anyone else would like to go, feel free. And okay, we'll get you another one. All right, here we go. This is Bruno Mars, Just the Way You Are. her eyes make the stars look like they're not shining. Her hair falls perfectly without her trying. She's beautiful, and I tell her every day. Yo, I know. When I compliment her, she won't believe me. It's so. Said to take that she don't play what I see. But every time she asks me, do I look okay? I say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. You girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. Yeah. Her lips, I could kiss them all day if she'd let me. Her laugh, she hits me hard, and you're so sexy. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Oh, I know, I never asked you to change. If perfect's what you're searching for, then listen to say. So, don't even bother asking if you look okay. You know I'll say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. It's girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. The way you are, the way you are. Girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. Yeah. That was Bruno Mars, just the way you are. Thank you for the opportunity to sing my next person. If anyone would like to go, feel free. If not, we can listen to more. Go ahead. Yes, thank you. Yes, we can. our friend Charles' turn. Charles, go ahead. It's a Clint Dizzy coaster. It's you could. Thank you. This is doing on It's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey, baby, I think I want to marry you. Is the look in your eyes, or is it just dancing juice? Hey, baby, I think I want to marry you. Hello, little chapel, on the boulevard we can go. No one will know. Come on, girl. Take a trash, got a pocket full of cash, we can blow. Jump up, patrol. song, girl. Say no, 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 no. You say yeah, 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 yeah. And we'll go, 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 go. Get ready, like I'm ready. But it's a beautiful night. I'm looking for something dumb to do. Hey, baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it look in your eyes, or is it this dancing juice? Hey, baby, I think I wanna marry you. Oh, I'm gonna rain like a choir bell sing like oh. So what you wanna do? Let your fun, girl. If you wake up, baby, wake up, act cool. No, I won't play you. It was fun, girl. Say no, 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 no. Just say yeah, 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 yeah. And we'll go, 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 go. We're ready, like I'm ready. It's a beautiful night. I'm looking for something young to do. Hey, baby, I think I want to marry you. Say, look in your eyes. Oh, it's this dancing juice. Hey, baby, I think I'm gonna marry you. Just say I do. Tell me right now, baby. Tell me right now, baby. Baby, just say I do. Tell me right now, baby. Tell me right now, baby. Baby. Oh, beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey, baby. I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or is it this dancing Jew? Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you. That was Bruno Mars, marry you. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person make up. camp. The lounge, the karaoke lounge kicked you out weeks ago. You fucking serious? What is this bullshit? This is the worst. We removed your content? May attack a person or group of people based on who they are. Fuck you, Zuckerberg. Dog, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Zuckerberg, your fucking algorithm shit is the worst of any of them. It's like, we're not even gonna try. Hey, Priscilla, would you rather have me work on my AI fucking thing for Instagram, or do you want me to throw you a disco party? Oh, disco party? Oh, okay. Well, fuck this shit. Stupid ass system. It's just the worst, kids. Frozen obstacles didn't do anything wrong. What is this bullshit? Dog, I don't want your fucking ideas. This is the worst. Did it change? Yeah, it was obstacles. No, it's not type. Show your profile card. Kim Kardashian, no one gives a shit about what you. They could name this fucking app. I don't know why Zuckerberg didn't just call it Kim. If you got the other ones, alright, let's call it the Dash. Alright, look at this abundance of folks. We're gonna have so many fucking Filipinos in here. It's gonna be a battle of a minute. I don't think Japanese. That's our word. All right, well, what were you gonna say? I don't know. Battle of Guadalcanal? Where the fuck was that? Hey everybody, where's the Battle of Guadalcanal? We're gonna learn all about it. See, I like my jokes to be historically accurate. Battle. Okay, calm down. Battle. Battle. Where's the island of Solomon? Right. Dude, none of the people there are Filipino. You ask anybody from the United States, people know. Anyway, what is this bullshit, Zuckerberg? Zuckerberg, what is this bullshit? Dog, your shit sucks so much dick. I'm serious. You spend more fucking time planning your wife's shitty ass disco party that showed 4 fucking pictures. I mean, if I were throwing a party for my wife, we would have live streamed the whole fucking thing. She could be able to live it out when she's 1 billion years old. You're just like, let's take 2 fucking pictures and fucking Polaroid. Zuckerberg, you suck. You throw parties like a douche. Your app sucks. I don't care if you suck, but your app is dog shit. Just the worst. Zuckerberg, you suck. He's just the worst, kid. Well, there's that asshole Sundar Pichai. Don't get me started on his ass. Who's got a worse? Who has it worse, Angelina Pichai or Priscilla Zuckerberg? You know that one thing with that guy who's like watching cricket, like, or that one kid who's like making nostrils clear. I don't know. The Bang Bang Play kids, it's like Giada Peter. This is the worst. Yoda. This. I have. Oh, dude. So fucking athletic. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm so fucking athletic. I saw that bitch in fucking Matrix. Bullet time, baby. What is this bullshit? Yo, dog, I don't give a flying fuck about Google right now. Why isn't this shit working? Hey, Zuckerberg, why isn't your shit working? Zuckerberg. He's just the worst, kids. He's lucky Sundar Pichai exists, or else I would just tee off on his ass 24 hours a day. I'd wake up, say the Moda Ani, and start ripping into this motherfucker all fucking day. When I'm dominant, I would do my best to stop laying into him. But right when I was done, I would be fucking teeing off on his ass again. He's the worst. The worst. Worst CEO ever. Like, this shit sucks. Come on, Zuckerberg. You gonna ban this shit? Oh, I gotta look at some woman with a fucking baby on her tit like this. But I don't know. I'm bullying people, you schmuck. Come on, you little bitch. What is this shit? Who the fuck hand paints their tablecloths? No one. No one has ever done that. Hey guys, do you like my hand painted tablecloth? Oh, thank you for getting coffee rings all over my hand painted tablecloth. Kids, if you ever get a coffee ring on like wood, use mayonnaise, full fat mayonnaise. It's best foods on the West Coast and it's almonds on the East Coast. Really? Just ask my woman. He would also tell you that Zuckerberg kid sucks dick. This shit is the worst. Zuckerberg, you are the worst. And everyone hates you. Back to Monica. Looks like I've never known of anyone who was like, hey, where'd you go on vacation? Huh? Where'd you go? The bridge over the River Kwai? Really? Is that a place? Is the River Kwai? Really? Apparently. No, dog. I meant just the real bridge. Bridge 277. The Mekong River. Oh, dude, they got that camera. Let's see the Mekong Tuesday. Then I think, what to? Oh, what is that shit? Zuckerberg, you are the worst. Dog, your shit is so bad. Everyone thinks that Zuckerberg sucks his own dick. Yo, what's up? Zuckerberg, you're the worst. Zuckerberg, you are the worst. Your fucking platform is so shitty. All you do is focus on people who are hand painting their own fucking tablecloths. Yo, dog, I'm yelling at Mark Zuckerberg. His platform sucks dick. No, it doesn't have to do with aliens. I wish it did. His name is Mark Zuckerberg. Like 12. Just a moment. I have to wait for Instagram to work. If it doesn't, then I shout hateful things at Mark Zuckerberg. Because one day his ass is going to watch this and he's going to know how shitty his platform is. Hold on a second. What's up, Kim? Yo. One, two, it's called no, I don't think outside this room. Wait, what? It's a sweetness that was given to me by a cryptocurrency. All right. Yeah, if you ever want to message me, go to this one, whatever this one is. This is my main. Okay, so over here in the corner, we have YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. Anytime I say just I'm on YouTube on that one, I'm multicasting like 7 different accounts. There's 7. I mean, at least 30 different platforms. Over here, you can see exactly. Then up here, we've got Telegram. We've got Telegram and another Discord. Then over here, I've got robots that I've made. So I'll show you. It's um, we, no, I bought them. No, then I've got 3 more tablets there. I've got another device there. And over here, we got more in the corner. And over here, I have another 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Something like another 8. So I have a lot of different devices. I just manage it. Six figures. I do do my house, but yeah, I can work from home enough. And I appreciate it. Okay, with that, we're gonna go back to karaoke, and it's been a listen. I hope you guys do. Oh fuck! What a great catch! Hands like fucking Jerry Rice, girls. Hands like fucking Jerry Rice. What in the fuck just happened? This is and no sunshine.
Will never feel their love because they don't love you. They love the you you've presented to them, which you know in your heart is not the authentic, honest, real you. And so if you know you're super into furries and you don't tell your partner about that, and your partner says, I love you so much, and you know what I love? One of the things I love about us is we have such great sexual chemistry. You'll never feel that love because you know, yeah, that's not true. Though. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that actually I'm not really satisfied. And there is this thing that I want that I know I can't even tell her because I'm so ashamed of it. But that doesn't feel like a good option.
Yeah. That kind of vulnerability.
You know, I'm prone to jujitsu metaphors, and this is one of the first conversations that I think.
And people should know that you are a quote unquote jiu-jitsu person. You have been afflicted with a.
I am a brown belt under Marcelo Garcia, and I am like a 7-year brown belt now.
Which is the right way to be a brown belt.
Well, and also I am late middle aged, middleweight, and moderately talented. So I'm training at that academy with so many incredibly talented people, and training in New York City where there's so many unbelievably talented people. You're constantly humble and feeling like you should just be wearing a blue belt all the time. But a lot of, I think, as you know, and as most people who practice jiu-jitsu know, you start to sort of see jiu-jitsu and everything. I genuinely believe that in love, you have to give something to get something. You have to everything you do creates a vulnerability. You know, every move you make in jiu-jitsu creates opportunity and creates vulnerability. And so you have to be willing to create vulnerabilities in order to get any leverage, in order to get any progress, any way to move the position. You know, you don't want a marriage that's just two people go through 50-50. You know, like you're just sitting in that car doing nothing. You know, you want it to actually move along.
Yeah, I mean that's the way I see love in a relationship. You should take that leap of vulnerability, give the other person the option to destroy you.
Well, you have to expose, and that's the part that I think is hard for everyone. Is to expose yourself in a way. But that's what I mean even when I said about getting a dog or having a child. Like loving anything is tremendously courageous because it's terrifying. And it's only brave if you're scared. If you're not scared, it's not brave, it's just stupidity. It's just, it's bravery when you're afraid and you do the thing. And so love is like, it's scary. I don't care who you are. Like being, in the jiu-jitsu community, like I'm around, like who are like incredibly tough people, physically tough people, mentally tough people. But, I've seen some of those people taken down by 120-pound women. Not from a grappling perspective, but they are taken apart by a woman in their life. And vice versa. I've seen men, it really is shocking how much leverage we give to our women and how little genuine discussion we really have about it, how much we really are ever trained to think about it. There's nothing in school that teaches us about it. So much of literature and art is an idealized version of it. So little of it is real.
And no matter how it evolves, when it ends in tragedy or drama, I feel like what people don't do enough is appreciate the good times. Like, appreciate how beautiful it is to having taken the risk and to having experienced that kind of love. I think when you look at people that are divorcing each other, there's a Edgar Allan Poe quote, "Years of love have been forgotten in the hatred of a minute." I always am saddened, deeply saddened, when people seem to forget how many beautiful moments have been shared when some reason, some drama, some breakup leads them to part ways.
Yeah. It's interesting that you came to that not being a divorce lawyer, because I've felt that way for a long time. And I really try to say to my clients, like in the courtroom at the negotiating table, I have a role to play where I have to be sort of like a pet role or some kind of like a courtroom sociopath. But behind closed doors, like I'm very candid with people and try to be much more emotionally attuned.
So you're an empath in the sheets and sociopath in the streets.
Exactly correct. That's well said. I get it. That's a new tattoo I did. That's good. But I do believe when I'm behind closed doors with people, I say to them, how you end things is going to be how you're going to remember them. And that's unfortunate. Because, you watch like a 2-hour movie, and if the last 15 minutes of it sucked, you go, well, that movie sucked. Like, well, the first hour and 45 was great, But you walk out with this bad taste in your mouth. I'm genuinely in awe of how easily people forget that they love each other. And I'm amazed. By the time I meet them, and by the time they hire me to be a weapon against the person they were in love with, there's nothing but animosity there. And so I have to try to imagine what these two people looked like when they were in love with each other and how that even existed. But I have to tell you, I don't function. Every woman I ever had a relationship with, when I think of it, I don't think of you immediately. So I try to think about the greatest hits. I try to think about the moments that were wonderful, where I loved them and they loved me, and like there was joy and there was connection. And I don't know why you choose not to. There's that old axiom, I don't know who said it, that if you don't learn to find joy in the snow, you'll have less joy in your life in precisely the same amount of snow. And I genuinely believe, like, okay, the relationship ends. This is where it ends. We're done. I am making a choice as to how I will remember you. And we do it in relationships. Like I always tell people, if you ever want to see a couple light up, if they're ever like a couple at the table that seems like they got in a fight or something, ask them how they met. And most people, when they talk about how they met, like the face softens. They both, and the other person looking at them telling the story gets that look you were talking about before. And because they remember that thing and how they felt at that moment. And when this person was a choice, not a default, not their automatic +1, but the person they asked for the way, not the, of course you're going to. Like it was still, hey, there's like, 3.5 billion women and I'm picking you, like that feeling. And I don't know why when a relationship ends, you can't do that. A lesson I learned when my mother passed away, a very 2-year terrible battle with cancer, and was on hospice, and was very, very sick. And it was a very slow and awful end. And I remember one of my worst fears was that this is how I would remember my mother for the rest of my life. That I would never be able to think of her, that I didn't think of what she had become in the last month. She was withered away to nothing. It's dead. And I learned over time that memory is very fleeting, but like that faded somehow. And that now, like when I remember her healthy and vibrant. I remember her laughter. I remember positive things. Some of that is I like to look at photos of her, but some of it is just how I think memory works. And I don't know why we don't apply that to relationships. And I think part of it is because we have this binary view of relationships. That it's either success, which means you live happily ever after for the rest of your lives and die together, or like in short succession, or it was wrong, it was awful. And I don't understand why that would have to be how we do it. I think we could look at relationships like what they are, which is chapters in a book. And that book is our life. And those chapters all have significance. And none of them would have, the later chapters, none of them would happen without the prior ones. So there's this beauty in me of that. And it's, I don't know if that is a choice or if that is how it is. And the rest is just narrative that we put on top of it culturally for some reason.
Well, I think to push back a little bit, I think memory can also, I think it is a deliberate choice because I think memory can basically, that's how trauma works. It can surface the negative stuff, and the negative stuff completely drowns out all the positive. So I think it's a deliberate choice to make your memory probably work that way. In relationships, betrayal can do that, right? Sort of cheating, infidelity, like one event can almost erase the entirety of your understanding of the past, and all the memories are sort of shrouded in this darkness of, okay, what I believed was true is totally untrue. And sort of to overcome that and still appreciate beautiful moments.
I'm continually astounded by how long the hurt and anger of betrayal can reverberate. I have clients who were 4 years, 5 years past when the divorce ended, the cheating was discovered, and they're as angry as they were the day they heard that. And I don't know what that's about. Because I also have clients that they like look back on it and they go, we screwed up. Like we didn't do the best, but we did the best we could do at the time. And, there should be stars for wars like that. Like there should be champagne for the survivors.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Like we made it through, like we survived it, and we were fools. And we were fools for love, and there are worse things in the world to be fools for. But I also do think that most relationships where there was infidelity, and it's not a popular thing to say, that Hillary did great. I just don't know, and I don't want to blame the victim of infidelity. But was the relationship really where it needed to be? Were you truly the most just dutiful spouse who was seeing this person's needs be met? Again, we've established in the granola story that people can sometimes with good intentions not be meeting their partner's needs or perceiving their partner's needs, or their partner isn't communicating in the right way, or all of the above. But I've rarely seen very happy, content couples that cheat on each other. And so I understand there's a shame in saying this person cheated on me, or I cheated on this person. Because I represent the cheater, and I represent the cheater. I represent the victim of domestic violence, and I represent the perpetrator of domestic violence. I represent the person with the substance use disorder, the person married to the person. But I don't get to choose the white or the black hat. Like, I have my client, and that's my client. And it forces me to put myself into their story from their point of view. And I think that kind of radical empathy that you need to engage in on a daily basis to represent people in those kinds of proceedings, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like there's good guys and bad guys. You know, it just seems like it's complicated, and people's intentions and where they actually end up are different.
Yeah, I think there's some sense in still remembering the betrayal as it being a symptom of taking life a little too seriously where you don't, life shouldn't be taken that seriously. You should be able to laugh at it all. I like the story used to say, be able to appreciate the battle. I should give stars for those kind of wars that we fought, and just kind of be able to laugh at it all.
Especially with love. It's just so absurd.
Yeah.
Like, it's
just crazy.
It's so crazy. I mean, like, I think it's funny. I think this is real candor, but, as a man, like, there's nothing funnier than when you finish masturbating. There's no more humbling moment. And I like to think about the fact that, like, the richest, famous, most powerful person in the world, they jerk off. The most powerful man in the world jerks off, I'm sure. All of them do. I mean, you probably know them, so you could ask. But in that moment where you come and you go, what am I doing? And now I got to oh, good Lord. And there's this feeling of, but a second ago, this seemed like a great idea. And it was, by the way, it was a great idea. But there's this moment, this satori, where you just go, but this is so silly. But, like, that's love, that's sex. Like, it's great. Like, when you read other people's infidelity, the text messages, the emails, because I have to do that all the time. And I'll tell you how we make this sausage. In a divorce lawyer's office, with some of the most entertaining moments is dramatic readings aloud of people's infidelity exchanges about their lovers, the sex. Yeah, the sex and like, it's just so ridiculous. Because people have to go through, like, all kinds of gymnastics to be able to meet and have sex in weird places, and and you're reading this, and you're reading these texts. And by the way, like, I've represented some very powerful people, and you read their texts with their lover or even their spouse, and they're just pathetic. I mean, they're just, like, so not powerful. They're so, like, I have a will remain totally nameless. I have a very powerful, wealthy, famous former client where there's a whole series of texts about, is my dick weird? Which, by the way, I think the answer is if you have to ask if you have a weird dick, the answer is probably no. Because I've owned one and I've never thought it's weird. But the fact that you're having this discussion, like, it's absurd. It's hilarious. Like, love is hilarious. It's bizarre. It's such a weird vulnerability. It's such a basic, visceral human need. It really is something that we just, it's mysterious. But it doesn't have to be that complicated. I don't think that even betrayal, like I said, it doesn't have to be that complicated. I think we can frame it differently.
Yeah, you can laugh at the whole thing. I mean, I think what we don't often do with ourselves is look back at text or look back at emails or look back at Google search. I did that recently. Just looking at what I searched for like 10 years ago, 15. It's like, forget last week. Just look at your Google searches last week and you're like, wait a minute. What? Why did you just search for this 50 times? Like,
why did the Karate Kid repo?
Yeah, exactly. Why? And like, you're like,
where's Ralph Macchio now?
Who's he dating?
Yeah.
Why? And then mother, and then you
and then a restaurant nearby.
Yeah.
Like, how did I go from this to that? But it made sense at the time. But so when you ask someone, how did our relationship fall apart? It's like looking at the Google search history of yourself from 10 years. You don't even know why you were thinking about those things. And now you want to understand why you did what you did, felt what you felt, she felt what she felt, she did what she did, and why the two of you, how you impacted each other and interacted with each other. Really? You think that's doable?
But you've in the courtroom, does that come up like messages with that resulted in whoever you're cheating with?
Yeah, I mean, cheating doesn't come up as much because most states are no-fault states, So why someone's getting divorced, whether it's infidelity or it doesn't matter. There's no good spouse bonus or bad spouse penalty.
Oh, there isn't. I mean, can you elaborate on that? Like that's.
Well, you can have. We've had times where we have to prove infidelity because we want to prove what's called wasteful dissipation of marital assets, which means that you were spending money that was marital money on a paramour. That's the legal name for an ex, for a boyfriend or girlfriend in the marriage. And usually the person calls it, that whore, or that piece of shit. What we call it a paramour. Yeah, the paramour. Yeah. And the sometimes we have to prove inclination and opportunity. We have to prove that this person had the inclination to cheat and that they had the opportunity to cheat. And then we want to show that, okay, so when they went away, that should be considered dissipation of marital assets. So if you go out to dinner with your brother, you didn't dissipate the marital estate. But if you bought your paramour a Tiffany bracelet, that would be a dissipation of marital assets, and the person's entitled to get credit back for that from what was taken out of the marital estate. So we do sometimes have to authenticate text messages on the witness stand or in depositions. And what's interesting about that is the way people approach it. Like people sometimes try to pretend, oh no, this is just my good friend, and which is just like you kill your credibility. If oh no, she's just my very good friend. No, she's not. That makes no sense whatsoever. Or no, we were just friends at that point. And then several months later is when, once this marriage was over, that's when we got together as partners. It's ridiculous. But sometimes people just own it. Just own it. Like I did a deposition of an executive once. Opposing counsel thought they were going to really hit him. They were like, and looking at this credit card receipt, what was this charge for this hotel? He's like, oh, that was for a hotel room that I got with my girlfriend. And you were married? Yes. Where did you stay at the hotel? We didn't even stay. We actually just did like an afternoon delight, rolled around bed.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, now, took all the thunder out of that.
What's the downside of doing that? It seems like
there wasn't. It actually, I think, helped his credibility. He was my client, so I thought it was the right move. We hadn't really discussed it in advance, but he was naturally intelligent enough to go, yeah, my credibility, like I'm not going to lie under oath. I'll admit what it was. But I'll do it in such an, we did it like at the end, like Eminem at the end of 8 Mile. Like it was very like, yeah, I cheated on her with this person. Now tell these people something they don't know about. And that's kind of how I try to, as a trial lawyer, we actually, in my firm, refer to it as the 8 Mile strategy, which is like, we will, if I know there was a text message sent, you piece of shit, I hope you die. My client sent that text message. I on my examination, I will say, I left that as marked for identification, shown to the witness. What is that? A text message. Who's it to? You sent it? Read it out loud for the court. Do I have to? I think you should. You're a piece of S. You just say S? No. What does it say? Yeah. Well, it's a profanity. Say it. You piece of shit, I hope that she died. Yeah. You sent that to her. Yes. Why? I was really... You think that was good? You think it was helpful in your co-parenting relationship with her? No. Why did you send it to her? She sent me like 50 texts exactly like that. And I never responded. And I pushed it down every time. And then finally, I just blew up. You had it to do over again, would you do it differently? I wish I could say I would. But the truth is, I'm human. And I was at my limits. And I'm watching opposing counsel cross out entire sheets of the document. It's gone. They thought that they had their like Perry Mason moment. They had their like, did you order the code red moment? It's gone now. Because if you just own and accept your fault or your issues in the relationship, you can take a lot of power.
I wish we wouldn't take text seriously.
I don't think we should have substantive discussions with text. I think text was designed for, are you here? Yes. 15 minutes away. Or, I got here safely. Love you. But substantive discussions. People love having arguments via text. I have to say, when you read other people's text messages, as I am often forced to do here, it is amazing. Because just like that Google history you were talking about, I don't know how the hell you got from one thing to another. Like, I was just reading, actually on the way here, in the car, I was reading through a text exchange between two co-parents in the middle of a custody thing that I'm involved in. And it's like, you piece of shit, you never cared about anything, and I'm going to do, you have no right to take this with, and then the next day, nothing in between, the next day, Maddie got a good grade on her science thing. Oh, that's great. She's doing so well. It makes me so happy. Yeah, her teacher said she's doing really well. Yeah, that's really great to see. I'll be there about 15 minutes late. No problem. See you then. Wait, it was a day ago. Was there some, I want to know, was there a phone conversation in between where one of you want to hang on? Oh, no, let me. Or is it just like you did that and we're supposed to pretend that didn't happen and now we're just going to talk about what Maddie got in the house?
Yeah, well, sometimes a good nap and good night's sleep can solve a lot of emotional issues.
I totally get it, but is there some, if you're looking just at the text, like it begs the question, wouldn't you take the nap and then go, hey, let's go back to the all right, is that not happen by text?
No, that's because sometimes it's hard to probably apologize for being an asshole, right? So I think we use just text. We humans use all kinds of forms of communication to kind of vent. I think it's the wrong thing to do, but people do that.
Writing.
It's writing. You think like a lawyer. I like
You
it.
think like a lawyer. But lawyers think like detail, and why would you write that down? Like, writing it down, like, would you write it down and would you put it on a billboard in Times Square? Because, like, that's everything you say on Facebook or Instagram can and will be used against you in court of law. Like, every photo you post. I mean, that's going on with, what's his name, Jake Paul or whatever, Paul and Dylan Dennis right now. That guy's girlfriend, every picture that's ever been put on the internet of her, by her, is being weaponized right now.
To reference an earlier part of our discussion, that's love. You take a big risk putting it out there. Putting it out there on text, putting it out there on social media.
But is the reward of doing it via text worthwhile? Listen, the reward of love, I think, is worth the risks of love. But the benefit of communicating by text, does it merit that risk of that being in writing that the person can reflect on and review and scroll back and get heated up again about?
I don't know. We just take risks and we're vulnerable with each other.
There may be something about that, for whatever reason, inspires a kind of candor. Because I think it is a new way to communicate, right? In the scheme of things. And so sometimes, we don't know the thing until it's really come into existence. So I don't know. I think it started as something that we just communicated in a very extemporaneous, unplanned way. The texts were meant to be on here and outside, whatever it may be. And so what happens when you start to talk about more emotional, deeper, bigger things, or visceral things, or more emphatic, passionate things, using a technology that was originally just being used for that purpose? I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is, yeah, as a lawyer, A, from an evidentiary perspective, and B, I just know what it looks like on the outside. Like, I know when I read it, what it looks like. And that's not always accurate. Like, to just see it's like when you watch, a video of someone at just their worst moment, and the person tries to say, but wait, that's not me. Like, that was just me in that moment. That was me at this incredible low point. And I think as a lawyer, my job is to weaponize that and to try to say, okay, this low point is indicative of who they actually are.
Yeah.
And when I'm defending someone, I'm not supposed to say, well, this is their low point. We've all been to a low point. And this is just a moment in this person. To judge them by that moment, would you want to be judged by your worst moment? So I have to be able to look at that both directions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone looks great on text.
I mean, there's so much of our communication that is missing. Your expression. Like, my sense of humor does not do well via text. Like, because I have, like, sometimes a sarcastic sense of humor, or I have a dry sense of humor, and it does not always translate well to text. The nuance of things is lost sometimes,
Yeah, but that's what makes the risk of it hilarious. I mean, the emojis, the memes, all that. Taking a risk. There's a risk with a text if you do some like dark, dry statement, right? That's a joke, and then the pause, and there's no response for a couple hours. I mean, that's beautiful. I don't know. It's
the gap between the two trapezes. Like, once you hit send, you're like, well, let's see where this goes. Like, it's coming back now, and you're waiting and waiting. It's like that moment of just hang. That's a rush. It's a beautiful thing.
I'll have my friend Michael Malice living close by, and if the courtroom were ever to see the text between us, we would be both in jail for many years. When this finally comes out, and I have my Johnny Depp Amber Heard moment, we'll get Michael Malice.
Well, but that was one of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing was a great example of, in a gunfight between those two, everyone was cheering for the bullets. I mean, I don't think anybody looked like a hero. They both looked like what they are, just humans, really flawed humans who had, it really is like that People magazine thing, stars, they're just like us, like, we watched that and went like, oh yeah, they're just like us. Like, they cannot keep it together. They cannot they just have these ridiculous toxic moments where both of them look awful in that trial.
Well, what do you take away from that trial? Just given all the work you've done. I mean, for me, I don't know if you can speak to that. It's probably the first time I've seen that kind of a complicated relationship, even just to say a relationship laid out in this raw form, like the fights of a relationship.
My feeling about that trial is there is no amount of money that would be worth laying that kind of stuff bare publicly.
For you, if you were Johnny,
there's no amount of money. Because they both look awful. They both look awful. And I don't think I'm qualified to say if one or both of them are awful. But they both had moments in that courtroom where their behavior and words looked awful. And I just don't know that exposing that to the world, I just don't know. I mean, I understand the point of view that by bringing that suit, Johnny Depp was saying, look, I have to show these awful things to the world about myself, but it's not as bad as what she's claimed I've done. So I get it. I'm not saying that's incorrect. And for Amber Heard, I think her response is, well, for him to say I'm lying, I have to prove but my God, what an awful thing to watch. All it really is just another couple. Like, there's how banal that is.
This kind of stuff happens a lot.
A lot. It's the norm. It's not the exception. They just happen to have like a grand scale because they have lots of people around them and lots of money. But yeah, it's all that kind of dysfunction, that kind of chaos, that kind of he said, she said, two people with completely differing histories of what happened in the marriage, false allegations of domestic violence or true allegations of domestic violence that are completely denied by the person, and you have witnesses that'll say, oh my God, they never engaged in any kind of, because again, no one engages in domestic violence with company over. You don't like invite friends. Like, people always say, like, oh, it's fun, they seem so happy. Like, people always do this to me as a divorce lawyer. They come in and they go, look, here's photos of the kids, smiling with me. So that's proof that, like, I'm a good dad. I mean, there's photos of Jeffrey Dahmer smiling with people he ate later. And you think these photos prove something? Like, I don't, the lack of, I'm in the middle of a very complex domestic violence trial. And the entire defense on the other side is, well, we have photos of them on vacation where they look very happy, and she never called the cops. That's no defense at all. But most victims of intimate partner abuse don't call the cops. They don't identify self-identify as victims of domestic violence.
And they probably have many stretches of time of intense happiness.
Of course. And by the way, perpetrators of domestic violence are charismatic. How else would they get victims? You know, it's not like if they were ogreish, that no one would sign on to that relationship.
Yeah.
It's that when they're good, they're so good. That when they're bad, you go, but wait, no, that's not him, the really good person. Or her. You know, we saw that in the public testimony of that, Depp Heard thing. There were moments where you look at her and go, oh my God, I want one just like that. And there are moments where you listen to the testimony and go, oh my God, she's awful. Like, what? That's just evil.
Yeah.
And the same for him. So I really, this should teach us something about how not only are there two sides to every story, like that there's just so much complexity and nuance. But I think everyone was asking the question whether you were Team Depp, Team Heard, or Team I could care less about either of these people. Everybody's looking at it going, why? Like, what? 8 billion people in the world. Why did you stay together? Just break up. You're miserable. It's obvious. It's obvious you're not. This can't be worth it.
I've actually become friendly with Camille Vasquez, who's the lawyer on the Depp side. She's an incredible woman,
Great lawyer,
and just a great human being. Just how passionate she's about her work. I mean, you radiate this kind of same passion. Like, she's just truly happy doing what she does. And but also where the stress of a case, it is like takes like it is becomes her. You can't sleep, all this kind of stuff, which is fascinating.
I think that's a function of our profession. We even after 20 plus years of doing this, like the night before a trial, I can hardly sleep. And
Excitement, fear.
Yes, all of that. And I even have moments as I pull up to the courthouse and I listen. I wear certain cufflinks that are like my lucky cufflinks or something. And I pull up to the courthouse. I walk into the courtroom and I have this feeling in the pit of my stomach. And then it starts. And the moment it starts, something in me goes, yeah. It's instantly, like I own it, I love it. And it's the people that love this job, being a trial lawyer, being particularly a divorce trial lawyer, family law trial lawyer, I love it. I love it more than I loved it when I started doing it. I still, I can't imagine spending 5 days a week looking forward to 2. I love what I do. I don't know that I'll ever love anyone or anything more than I love the work.
So I saw you on Talk with Steve Harvey a bunch of times, and I always loved it. But one thing just sticks in my head from something he said as advice, that you and your partner, your spouse, are, if there's a fight, there's a difficult thing you have to deal with, keep that to yourself. Don't talk to anyone else. Like, that's a little, like, what does he say, like a 2-arm circle or something, whatever the expression is. But basically, resolve it all internally. Like, face the world, you have a front of like,
don't take sides against the family.
Yeah, like it all boils down to Godfather.
Everything boils down to Godfather.
Damn.
You don't take sides against. You don't show that weakness to the world. Again, I don't know that Steve in candor would say you shouldn't discuss it with your own therapist. But I think what he's saying is don't project it out to the world. Don't share that, because I think it can change the way people view your relationship, which then will change the way you view your relationship. And so I think don't run reckless when it comes to that primary relationship. Don't run your mouth recklessly.
Yeah, it's one of the things I mentioned to you offline. My now close friend Joe Rogan, I've never heard him ever speak negatively of his wife. It's always like super positive, how awesome a person she is. And that to me has always been an inspiration to do the same for everybody in my life, to always speak positively about them. So that has probably a virtuous spiral effect.
I'm sure. That's probably because he has a great wife, and he has a great wife in part because of that.
Yeah.
I think it's clear that he's in her corner and cheering for her. It's clear she's cheering for him. Like they have. It's not like Joe Rogan's not a man who has opportunity. I mean, he's surrounded by UFC ring girls, for God's sakes. Like, this is a guy who has all the opportunity in the world. He seems to be quite a fan of his wife. And that is, that's a superpower. Like, that's a real thing. Now, the question is, he doesn't seem to talk about it like, oh, I really work at that. And that's not a man who's afraid to talk about what he works at. He's pretty honest about, man, yeah, I got to work really hard to stay in shape. I got to work really hard to be able to do this. Like, yeah, I'm not good at memorizing that. It takes time. Yeah. But I've never heard him say, like, oh, marriage is a lot of work. Like, and I think that's to his credit, because it seems like they're enjoying that. And it's also not incredibly public. Like, it's not something most people couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
He kept it private for many years, just because it's a private joy, it's a private, like, deep, meaningful, intimate partnership. It's interesting. That's also an inspiration. Not everything about your life has to be this, like, look at me, I'm happy. Like, I'm in a happy relationship. Everything is wonderful.
Especially that. I think there is something about a womb-like, cocoon-like joy, of like love. When you're just tucked in, snuggled in, just pressed against each other with that. Like that's such a, it's just the two of you. Yeah, and that's lovely, and that's such a good thing. And I like, we're just dying for connection, and that connection is so big. It's so everything. One of my earliest psychedelic experiences, probably when I was a teenager, but a theme that's been persistent in every psychedelic experience I've ever had is this idea of, like, everything is connection. Everything is being pressed to someone and with them, like the warmth of human connection. Like, one of the reasons I enjoy listening to your work and your perspective has always been that I think at the core you see connection and love. And I think for me, from my earliest experiences with psychedelics at 16, 17, I was very attuned to that. I was very much, that was put on my radar by psychedelics and just stayed part of my consciousness forever. I think I had a 30-something year break, but it was like when I came back to it, I went, oh yeah, it's still there. That's still the core of everything. It's connection.
It's fascinating how deeply you value connection, how empathic you are, that you would be doing what you're doing, which is, or is it not?
I think it's the opposite. No, I think it's actually why I'm well suited for what I do. I think what I do is I have to learn the story of my client and know it and feel it very deeply. And I have to feel it in a very human way. It's very compassionate to this person. And then I have to feel it and understand it in a way that's incredibly antagonistic to it, so I can show up defenses. So I have to feel this person's story and feelings from every possible angle, because every one of them is a vulnerability and every one of them is potential strength and potential defense. And so I actually think it's my number one, other than extemporaneous speaking ability, it is my number one job tool. It's the ability to radically empathize and to put myself in the emotional state of someone in its best possible light and its worst possible light, so that I can see, again, the defense and I can see the vulnerability.
But I mean, so that's beautifully put, but also just bear witness to this connection in those dramatic way over and over and over and over.
That part is hard, but I was a hospice volunteer for many, many years when I first got out of college. And it really showed me a lot about, what is sadness, what is tragic, and what is just inevitable decay, what is pain and decay. Like, we all die. Like, we play a game you can't win. And so if we know the answer to all of this is you're going to die, then what do we do with the rest of that time? All your stuff is just stuff. It's just going to go to the money is going to go. Like, everything, your looks is going to go. Everything's going to go. Love's going to end one way or the other. What
I
do we
had to
do?
take a piss.
And I think it's a loving connection. But what
It
I'm
is.
doing for a living
And that's
is helping. I don't look at it as what I'm doing is helping people beat the crap out of each other. I look at it as I'm trying to help a client build their post-divorce life. To sort of rise from the ashes of that which has fallen apart and move on to the next chapter and refocus and have the things they need financially, emotionally, whatever it may be, personally, in terms of their kids. And so for me, it's actually a job that is very consistent with my desire to build connection and to be
Dog,
And
no
witnessing
one
the
fucking
ashes doesn't make you
cares.
cynical.
no, because
I
again,
had to take such a piss.
56% of marriages end in divorce, but 84% are remarried within 5 years. Like we keep doing it over and over again.
That's a good thing. That's
I think it is a good thing.
the mess of it, the absurdity of it, the hypocrisy of it. That's something beautiful about that.
It's just the return is so great on the investment, listen, man, I've had more than one dog. Like when my dog died, the first dog I had died. I remember when I'm never gonna love again. I'm done. I'm done with this. I will never expose myself to this kind of pain again. I'll never have to take the dog bed and put it in the closet. And then some friend called me and said, we have an adoption event. Can you just watch this dog for 24 hours and then we'll take him? We just need to. Yeah, all right, I'll watch the dog for the night. And this dog coming in and said, oh, he has mange. He's not good. Walked in, my heart went, yeah, I got a dog. And now that dog is 13 years old. And his eyes are cloudy. He doesn't go up the stairs real well. And he's going to break my heart. And I wouldn't change that.
I'm still there. I'm still struggling for the second part. I lost a dog. It broke my heart.
And you'll never lose that pain. But I promise you, your heart has an infinite capacity for the kind of love you felt with that dog. And you'll never feel a love that replaces the whole. Like there will never be another Buster.
This is the worst.
But there was time. And
I had to take such a piss.
You know what? And when he's gone, there will
What the
never
fuck?
be nothing. But you know what? Like when that stupid puppy that was 5 months old.
Oh man, I got a
stumbled
whiz.
in. I'm like, I guess I'm gonna do this. And you know what? I'm so glad.